of course. Right as I turn it on, then the cat jumps in front. Alright, am I here? Am I online? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Kitty. I'll check the door while I'm waiting. Nope. No kitty out there. Ghoulish can hear me. Can you see me? Can you see the camera? Kitty. Oh, I don't think it's Twitch. I think it's my computer. Nothing. You see nothing but gray? What? Hang on. Baby. Oh yeah, I didn't switch back to scene 2. I can do that. Oh, you see Kitty? You see me? Is everything okay? Maybe the gray is just ghoulish. Oh, kitten. Oh no, ghoulish says we're here now. Okay, I wonder why it was gray for a second there. Oh, cat. Oh, cat. Come on, I want to see. I want to make sure it's okay. There we go. Okay, that looks all right. No, so I don't know what happened, but when I jumped on, it was like, "Hi, we can't find your camera. It doesn't exist." And it's like, it's built into you. It's like you can't find your own hand, computer. Where did it go if you can't find it? And so I had to call my dad up to help me figure out what was wrong with it. So thank you, Dad. And the microphone was just me. Computer having neurological issues, yeah. So I don't know why the gray thing would happen, but everything else was me. Everything else was my computer. Kansas says my laptop camera does that randomly. It's irritating. Gotcha. But it must have been something to do with the fact that, so I've been avoiding trying to play PlayStation games because I wasn't sure how to hook up the streaming setup, basically the capture card, to the PlayStation. And so I've exclusively been playing Switch games. It's very easy to connect those things. And so I finally tried that and got it to work yesterday. I finally was able to figure out how to connect the PlayStation to the streaming setup, which just it's another one of those things. I swear, like, this computer, man, it likes to be a little gremlin, because multiple times, including the camera issue today, I have this problem, which is a big problem, and I'm trying everything. Me and my dad both trying all these combinations to try and fix it. And then the fix is like unchecking a box. It's like super easy and fast after all that work. So that happened with the PlayStation thing. And so, so it must be something with that. Because the last time I was using the streaming setup was with the PlayStation, and so I think it had to be something about switching back over here. It's like, now that I'm back here, I can't find my own eyes, kind of thing. Summon the flesh horse. The lag goblins are joined by gremlins. Yes, I was considering doing the stream without the camera, and I was considering putting a lag goblin up there. That one of the little lag goblins on the other one. Hello, Lilladyeva. I think I saw Death's Head as well. Yes, Death's Head is there. Magistrate Iron Lung. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, but let me show you a thing. I was gonna grab. Oh, well, there's an ad, so maybe maybe this will be perfect timing. I'm gonna grab a thing. So hold on.
Kitty, come here, kitty.
Well, dang, that took 30 seconds. I was thinking I should wait until the ad started, and then I was like, nah, it'll probably take me 2 minutes to go grab it, and no, it definitely didn't. Kitty Boo, here, let me bring your chair closer. Is that what you want? Is that what you want?
Kitty bitty.
Whap the lag goblins. Like a cat bap. We need that. We need like a emoji of Bella and Bo whapping lag goblins. I think I can't tell because it's not saying the ad is going, but the ad preview thing just ended. So I don't know if I should just do kitty time or not. I guess this little preview could be a special subscriber preview. But I got some stuff for y'all. So here is number 1. And oh, the glare. Yeah. There's number 2. And there's the ad. So I planned to I love the caps and stuff in the chat. This is great. I don't know what that means. little Lilladyeva. But hang on. Vampire fans rejoice. Yes indeed.
Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty.
We eating good tonight. Yes. Well, it'll be more like in in a few days or weeks, but you will be eating good at some point in the near future. But yes, if you guys didn't see them, it is this. So I actually, when I was like thinking of what to do with the streams and the classical literature streams, I was like, my thoughts and plans were, I wanted to read this, and then I wanted to read this, and then I wanted to read this. And so when Dracula Daily started up again, like, then my other thought was, oh, I could read Dracula with Dracula Daily. And so then when Dracula Daily started up again, I like didn't remember that it was so early until I just got the email and it was like, hi, we're here. And so everything else slipped my mind. I was just like, let's start Dracula. We're doing this. And then a little bit into reading it, I was like, oh, I was gonna read those 2 first. But if you don't know, the vampire is like basically the first, well, I think it says on the back. I think it'll phrase it better than I do. Most famous for writing this book, which is widely acknowledged as being the first modern vampire story. Yeah, so this is the story where we get the image of vampires that we know and love today. And so this came before Dracula. It actually is a very cool story, but I'm already taking more time than I should on this, so I'll tell you when I actually read it. And then Carmilla also comes before Dracula. And so I feel like it'll be cool to read those two before I finish Dracula, because then, you know, I can see the similarities and see the influences and stuff like that. So I think that's gonna be fun as well. I'm not sure if I should show you guys the game or keep it a secret. Well, you might already know, but there is also a game that I got to play as well. Yeah, that is that's basically the story. But I'll like I said, I'll go into that when I actually read it. Oh, gosh, that's video game. Well, I guess I'll show it because I have it. I can celebrate the camera being here. Here, I'll try and cover up the price. So yeah, check out the make sure you keep an eye on the Moth in the Arcade channel and or subscribe to it, because hopefully, if all goes well, you're gonna get some Dark Souls content soon. I'll be honest. So I'm trying to think what else to say. But basically, I'm gonna try pre-recording some stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna do the whole game pre-recorded, but I want to start by pre-recording this and sending it to YouTube and just seeing how you guys like that, seeing if it seems to get more traction than my VODs do. And so I'm gonna try that, at least for some videos. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah. There was a whole debacle that happened. I technically have already shot the first episode, but boy howdy, things went wrong. And not in the sense of, like, things going wrong as in me doing badly, but rather in the sense of, like, technical issues and stuff like that. Technical issues and misunderstandings on my part and stuff like that. And so I don't know how exactly I'm gonna play this or how I'm gonna deal with this. But stuff happened. I won't go too much into it, but yeah, it was a whole thing. But anyways, after all that preamble, I hope that gets you guys excited for some upcoming content. But yes, so actually, if somebody has the link to the Moth in the Arcade YouTube channel, then feel free to plop that in the chat so that people can subscribe if they want to. Make sure they see the Dark Souls videos when they come up. But anyways, so if you are new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the not the website. Ooh, I went real far back. Post it to the Discord. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They'll be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. Once upon a time, we had a bar. Well, encores you unlock through cheering. Once upon a time, we had a bar that would keep track of cheers and let us know when we unlocked a story. Well, I haven't figured out how to redo that. And so right now, what we have is a calculating Wolf, Death's Head, and Mako Cam. And they will let us know when we have unlocked a story. It is greatly appreciated when you do that. The people who get their stories read appreciate it. I really appreciate your support. It is a great time. So yes. And then as for how you get into the guaranteed submissions. So there are 3 tiers of support on Discord. So there's the $3 tier, the bookworm tier, that allows you to post prompts to the Discord. Then there is the cocooned tier, which allows you to do that, and then also you will be in the guaranteeds when you post. You also may post 2 stories per week if you so desire. Then for the transformed ones, the $10 tier, you get access to all of that, and then the first prompt that you submit automatically gets added to the final vote. You can post prompts that are 7 words, not just 5. You can also post 3 stories per week instead of just 2, if you so desire. And if you want, you may have a tag for your universe in the forums. So, lots of good perks. I'm happy that I feel like I'm starting to add perks to that tier. Long ago, we had a bar. Now we have 3 schmucks with abacuses, of which I am the biggest. Amazing. How do you know you're the biggest wolf? Alright. But, yes, without further ado. Oh, and on Twitch, you have the cocooned tier and the transformed tier, just not the bookworm tier. But anyways, a list for today is the Lilladyeva, Arith Winterfell, Kansas Wanderlust, and Marx. And then, for our encores, we have Nice Day, Reidrev, Reinkarnitor, and Shinny. Well, Lidadyeva's story's trying to creep up and going like, we also have Obsession. That's a person too, right? Alrighty. So yes, very, very fun list today. And our prompt is Carry the Flame. It is a prompt that has been submitted for quite some time. I don't remember if it's one that's been submitted for years or if it's one that's been submitted for a few months, but regardless, it's got to the final vote quite a few times and not one. And finally, people were like, you know what? I think I want to carry the flame this week, this time. And so, yes, Ghoulish calculated that on the abacus. Nice. I might want to go over deadlines again. Yeah, I can do that. So the deadlines are, so the deadline for posting stories and reviewing stories is noon Central Time on Friday. And you will see that there are events in the archive, of which this is one that's happening now. But if you go into the events, where are they? But I'm not finding it right now, but it is, there's one that's the final day, and then there's one that's the final hour. So the final day goes all the way up until noon, and all the way up until the deadline, and I'm pretty sure it goes from noon Thursday to noon Friday, so it's like the final the final day, and then the last hour is 11 to noon on Friday. And so when you see those things, you can know, this is your last chance, and once they're gone, then the deadline has been hit. We did have some issues this week, which is that we only had 7 stories that were within the deadline, and 2 people got their reviews in late, but they were within 2 hours of the deadline, and because we needed the stories, I let them, go into the pool to potentially be picked, let them be eligible. So I usually would not let that happen, but because we were short one story, at least one of them had to go through, so I let that happen. But just make sure that you keep that in mind. Hang on just a second. Okay. I also was wondering something. It was brought to my attention that that there is another perk that folks might want, and I am curious to hear what you guys think of that, which is that the idea of me posting my comments. It came back again. No, come here. What are you doing? So my comments on the edge, like basically posting my this document with all my comments to somewhere public so you guys can look at them. So I'm not totally opposed to the idea, but I have some concerns, and so I'm wanting to feel out what you guys think. So one of my concerns is that my comments are notes to myself. So there is one comment in this document that just says the word avatar on it, and I know what that means. I know that I'm like, yes, this story makes me think of the movie Avatar, and there are things about that movie that I want to connect it to and that I want to talk about. But the comment doesn't talk about any of that. The comment doesn't say, oh yeah, it's like this and that, and I wonder about this and that. It just says Avatar. And so there might be plenty of times where I have comments where you can look at it and be like, what does this mean, Kaylee? I don't know. And it's like, you'd only know if I read it to you on the stream. The other concern I have about it is that I mostly just write down my critiques, and I write them down much harsher than I say them. And so the praises are much easier for me to remember in the moment, and are much easier for me to remember like how I wanted to phrase it. But sometimes I won't remember all the critiques I wanted to make, or I won't remember how I wanted to phrase my critiques. And so those are the things that I will make a little comment on just to make sure that I remember. And you'll notice sometimes I don't even look at them because I do remember what it was. There's that. And then the other thing to talk about is that I could make this a subscriber perk, that I could put it in the newly created secret supporter chat, and have it be that if you are a supporter, you get access to my notes and stuff. Because I don't want it to feel like you can miss the stream and still get all you'd get out of the stream. And I hope that's still not the case, because as I said, they're notes for the stream, and so you're not getting everything you get in the stream. But I don't know, that's another concern. So those are my concerns for potentially doing that, but I really want to hear what you guys think. Are you guys like, yes, I would absolutely love access to the document with all your notes. You know, I don't care about any of those things. They don't bother me, or I won't be too offended or anything like that. Yeah, what are your thoughts? Corian says, I would like to see the comments regardless. Alrighty, good to know. Yeah, I guess I could put it to like a poll or something. But yeah, so that's a thing. Okay, so Mark says I'd be cool with that. Cool with having the comments. Yeah, like the more I think about it, I think the more I lean towards putting it as a supporter perk, getting access to those. But yeah, feel free to share. I guess the poll would be like, I want to see the comments, or I want to see the document. I don't care, or I don't want to see the document, and then it should be a supporter perk, I guess would be the three options. Yes, comments, no, supporter perk. Hello, Reinkarnitor. It says, I myself wouldn't probably use the document. I'll take notes during the stream itself for myself and get the info recorded that way. So I'm essentially an abstain vote here. It says, I do think it should be a supporter perk, though. Gotcha. little lady Eva. As long as the harsh comments aren't like personal insults, I can handle it. I would like to see. Yeah, I didn't know Reinkarnitor was streaming either. But yeah, I guess we can see. I think that I think my comments this week were a little better than they often are. But yeah, I'm not sure. I might have to. Well, I guess that's the other thing to talk about, is that you can see them during the stream, unless I am mistaken, and in the VOD, they're too small to see. And I guess if I don't click on them, you can't see the whole thing. But you can, I do open them up, and so you can just look at the stream and go back and look at the comments there. So that's a question. Aha! Thank you for the poll, Wolfie. So go ahead and vote. Yes, 1-1-1-1. Nice. I want it to be a perk. Yes, no, good. All right. 2 and 2 so far. The unfortunate thing about it, I did not think about that. Because the thing about it is that one of the biggest benefits of it is that people who are encores would see my comments. So that the people who are encores who were not read would still get to see the comments that I made. But if it's a supporter perk, then they won't see it. Then, like, the people who could probably use it more than anyone are the people who would not see it. I did not think about that, but that's definitely something to consider for sure. Right, kitty. Well, I guess as you guys are finishing up the poll, I will read Lilladyieva's story and then come back and see what the results were. But let us begin. Oh, and I think, I think I'm going to try and set the timer for 20 minutes this time. I don't know that it's going to work, but because I'm starting late, I'm going to try and, do a shorter timer. All right. Obsession by Lilladyeva. Released into a darkened world, and far from the glow of lamplight, the moth fluttered blindly. It turned this way and that, changing directions, trying to find its way. Its dim eyes did not see the bat until it was too late. The swift-winged creature soared by silently and caught the moth within its jaws and crunched down, ending the tiny creature's life instantly as the bat continued to fly. The man, who had unknowingly condemned the moth to its death, had returned to his seat in front of his books. He ran his ink-stained fingers through his greasy hair. He seemed unaware of his appearance, and the smudged fingerprints dotting his face as he rubbed his eyes. The candle flame guttered as the tiny stub neared its end. Another light appeared in the library, bobbing between the stacks. A small flame held up by a woman in robes, hair in a neat bun, candle held in her outstretched hand. "Joseph, are you still here? It's time to go." The dirty man did not stir. He did not even look up from his books. "Just a little longer. I've almost got it." The librarian put a hand on his shoulder. "It will keep until tomorrow. I've given you enough time today. I need to sleep, and you do too." "I can't sleep. Not while Joseph, she's dead, and she'll be just as dead tomorrow." Joseph stood up quickly, sending papers scattering to the floor. He held out an accusing finger. "You dare! How could you?" The librarian picked up the papers and gently placed them back on his desk. "Joseph, we were friends once. This is killing you. You can't bring her back. It's time to let go." Joseph grabbed his bag and hastily shoved things into it in his blind fury. "Well, thank you for the advice, but unlike you, I know what I'm doing. I don't need your warnings," he huffed, pushing past angrily and exited. The librarian sighed. "I'll see you tomorrow," she spoke, having repeated the same words last night, too. "Oh, everybody, can you see me? Can you hear me? Am I back?" They aren't saying anything yet. Hold on. Arith says he's got ads. Ghoulish, you're back? Anybody who's back, say Python. I pick random items around the room. So right now it's this. Hey, they're saying it. Thank you. Okay, so it would seem that one of my, like, seems like my internet went down. I have 3 internets that I can use, and one's the major one, and that one just like stop showing up in the options, and so I had to switch to a different Wi-Fi. Little lady, I fear I'm cursed to never hear my critiques live. No, don't say that. Oh, dang. Eddie says, I think Twitch throttles the bandwidth for streamers that aren't particularly huge, resulting in it screwing up streamers who are in sort of mid-tier, not high enough to be on Twitch's writer, not small enough to not need much bandwidth to serve all viewers. Interesting. Diego and Enrique are being horrible today. Are they lag goblins? Surprise guest appearance from Papa Antihero. Hello. Yeah, did you hear him? I wanted him to stay because if it wasn't working, I wanted him to continue helping. Alright. Oh no, little Lady Eva's still not here. But yes, crush the lag goblins. I'm gonna leave them up though, cause they are having a field day. Okay, so even though little Lady Eva's not back, I think most people are, so I guess I will start going into things. So this story is a sequel to the story written for Mr. Prompt, which, and there's the timer. No, sorry, timer, but, we're resetting you. They're my goblin characters, so I attributed them as lag goblins. That's awesome. Are they in Ibrahim's world? Well, I guess maybe everything's in the same world, but do they interact with him? Because I feel like that would be fun. Yeah, so my first question is for you guys, which is, did any of you not read the prequel? And if you did, was anything about this story confusing, or did anything throw you off? Anything like that? They keep having bandwidth in their little backpack sacks. That's awesome. They don't eat like people or normal food or anything. They eat bandwidth. I like that. That'd be hilarious, but no, there is a separate setting. Gotcha. Well, maybe you should make it AU. That I still haven't used the challenge, because there was that time a few weeks ago where we were talking about the question of like writing in a genre you're not familiar with, and I put that as the challenge. But something else we talked about was write an AU. That in order to make you feel more interested, use the characters you love in a genre you're not as familiar with. And so I was thinking of making those separate challenges, and I still haven't done the AU challenge, so that would be a fun one to do for that challenge. Okay, so anyways, alright, so I really like this story. I don't really have very many critiques for it, but my main critique is at the beginning, so I think I will start with it. So my main critique has to do with this first paragraph. Now, the first paragraph is very well written, and it's very evocative. I can totally imagine it. It totally feels like the beginning of a movie of I don't know, you just see pretty moth fluttering along, and then it gets nommed on by a bat, and then the camera zooms in on the library window, and then you see, the man in there. So it kind of reminds me, I guess, of that scene in Polar Express where all the animals are bouncing the ticket around, basically, but more violent. So I do think the scene is very well written and evocative. Stop! No! No, sir! They wanted to give us an ad right when Little Lady Eva came back. But Little Lady Eva, real quick, I was just saying that I don't have very many critiques for the story. I think it's very good. But my critique is at the beginning, so I am going to start with it. But basically, so as I said, I think the scene's very well written, very evocative. I don't think that you did anything wrong in describing the scene. However, the scene seems completely unrelated to the rest of the story. And even symbolically, and we'll talk about that in a second, but even symbolically, it doesn't seem to quite fit. And of course, anybody who read the prequel will be like, oh yeah, I remember, like the moth that he let out. But I feel like people who have not read the prequel will be like, okay, we killed a moth, and now we move on. So that's a large reason why I'm curious what happens, for those who haven't read the prequel. But I think this would really work if it was a flame. That if the moth finds, a lantern like outside of a shop or maybe just a lamppost or something. Well, I guess a lamppost wouldn't be an open flame, but some kind of open flame, and it flies towards it and ends up burning up in the flames. That would symbolically fit with what's happening with Joseph, that he has this flame, that he is carrying for this girl, and that flame is burning him up. But what Joseph is going through, I can't really symbolically liken it to a bat eating him. I can't really, it doesn't symbolically work as well that, like, yes, his obsession is just like the bat that ate the moth. It's like, especially because, it's this slow burning thing. This isn't something that is consuming him quickly. This isn't the bat that came out of nowhere and snatched him. This is something that has been going on for a while, and it's burning hotter and hotter until there's nothing of him left. So I think this would work quite well as the flame, because it would fit the prompt and because it would work symbolically with what's happening to Joseph. But as is, even though it's a cool setting thing, and even though it's a connection to the last story, I don't really feel like it adds much. That it just starts with, cute moth. Cute moth dies. All right, on to the actual story, And so that would be my biggest critique for the story, is that either removing this or using an image that symbolically fits a bit better, I think would work better. I guess come to think of it, I guess if the moth lived, it might symbolically work. I don't think it would symbolically work as much as the flame would, but it could be like, there is still hope. Either there is still hope, or it's carrying on in the dark, just like he is carrying on in the dark, and he also is having hope, kind of thing. So I guess it would depend on what symbolically you would want from it. Like I said, it's just the issue of me not really able to see I'm not really able to see a good connection with what is there, if that makes sense. I guess the next one is one of my minimal critiques / questions too, which is that I don't think any modern book should get ink on your fingers. And so either he's taking notes, or the book is so old that it's one that will come off. And so I'm kind of curious if that was the intention. I do like the image nonetheless. Like I said, you are very good with all these images, and I can totally imagine him, sitting there, maybe shaking a little bit, running that greasy hand, or not greasy hand, ink-stained hand through his greasy hair, kind of thing. This kind of happened to me when I was reading Pride and Prejudice the other day. I don't know if people saw it, but I don't know how ink got on my hands, but I think it was from earlier that day, because I was doing art earlier that day. Because I put my fingers on the book, and then the fingerprints were on it, and I was like, oh, we're not going to deal with that. We're just going to keep going. So I can relate to that feeling of like, we're going to ignore that and keep going. But I like how you did, there's the ad again. Okay, I don't think I can keep snoozing it, but yes. Bad ad, break bad. Oh,
Meowie kitty, would you like to keep us company during the ad? Come here, babe. Yes. Come here. Come here, babe. Good boy. Good boy. Good kitty. Here, babe. me show you to the purples. There he is. And there are his feet. There he is. That's right. Oh, baby cat. Do you see something out the window, babe? What do you see? Is that a birdie? Do you see a birdie out the window? Yeah, the birdie. Oh, there's the ad. Okay, I'll show you Bella. Bella chilling out. Stretch. Oh, don't get up, Bean. Don't get up. I'm sorry. Bella. Kitty, baby cat.
It's finally hit. You say that like it's like a bomb or something, but it's the ads are like a plane going over you guys, and you're like, when's the next one gonna hit us?
Kitties.
Bella, dead to the world. Long boy impression. What's long boy? Is that something specific, or is it just, cats being long?
Cats being long. Yes, the rich.
A second ad has hit the stream. Yeah, exactly. Just long cat. Gotcha.
Okay, baby. Now you're coming. There you go. That's the place. All right.
Okie dokie. I like this image too. Very evocative. I can imagine that as well. Kitty, no, I just let you in. Their conversation is great and really flows well. So I feel like this story addresses exactly what I was critiquing the last story for. That I was critiquing the last story for not feeling clear as to what was going on by the end. And I was like, I don't need much, but just a little bit of context of what he's doing, what he's about. Then that would be helpful. And I feel like this story does that perfectly. Chef's kiss. Because, like, I can't sleep. Not while that already gives me the context I need. Like, honestly, if you had, like, ended the last story with a line just like that, I think I would have been fine. Like, okay, there's some sort of she that he wants to help or resurrect or something like that. And then the response being this is even better. Like, I love this line. This might be my favorite line in the piece, that she's dead and she'll be just as dead tomorrow. First of all, that gives, the audience context, and we're like, oh, okay, so it is that good necromancy. But then the second part is really cool because it's like, you're acting like you're rushed. You're acting like you're out of time, but she's not gonna be more dead tomorrow. Like, that is a static state that she's in, and she's gonna be in that state tomorrow just as she is today.
Okay, fine.
I require a hasty exodus. Yeah. Nice. Y'all got that good necromancy. I love that. We should... I do need to submit this as a prompt, don't I? That good necromancy. I'll write it down. All right. But anyway, so I really like that line a lot. And it's not like mean or anything. It's just matter of fact. It's just like, hey, she's dead, and she's also going to be dead tomorrow. And it really puts you into his mindset too, because it shows you that he like what he's feeling, that he's feeling like, I have to do this, I have to keep brushing, I'm almost there. And it feels like that's probably what he's like every night, that every night he's like, I've almost got it, and you know, this will keep going for however long it keeps going. And I think that's really cool, and I like that a lot. I really like this image too. I can totally imagine that, and like in this case, like, I don't need more information besides like, you dare. Like, of course he's gonna be mad that she points that out. I really like this line too. You know, Joseph, we were friends once. This is killing you. You can't bring her back. It's time to let go. I especially like the "this is killing you." I'm always a fan of the idea of spiritual death, and this feels like maybe both, but definitely a spiritual death of like, the friend that I knew is either gone or is disappearing. And I'm kind of curious about that. I'm curious if he's going to drive himself mad or if he's already mad at this point. But anyways, I love this idea of like, hey, I can't stand idly by and let you do this. Like, this is killing you. This is killing the friend I once knew. And I like that a lot. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I like it more than if you had said, this is driving you mad, because I think it's just so much more interesting and evocative of a word to say, this is killing you. And it could be that, like, literally, like, he isn't taking care of himself, and also that is part of the context that I wanted last week, that this story more clearly explains, that he just is so obsessed with bringing her back that that he's not taking care of himself. So I like that as well. But yeah, so maybe, you know, that will go so far as to actually kill him. But even if it doesn't, it is killing him on the inside. And I think that's very cool. Well, not cool that it's killing him, but a cool image. And then I can totally, this feels so realistic. like I've totally heard this kind of thing of like, well, thank you for your advice. But unlike you, I know what I'm doing, said the crazy man who had no idea what he was doing, basically. So that's like a perfect, very human response. I like that a lot. And it also works really well because it's like, thank you for your advice. And it wasn't really advice. It was just stating the facts. And that is totally how people will react in these kinds of scenarios. Well, they'll be like, well, thanks for your advice and your opinions. And it's like, well, it wasn't advice or an opinion. It was an objective fact, but okay. I really love the last line as well. Like, oh, that's so tasty. That's such a cool way of conveying this idea of, like, first of all, it conveys her, I think you convey her attitude really well, that she really cares for him and doesn't want him to keep going down this path, but she also is kind of resigned to the fact that she knows he has to help himself. I definitely get that image, and so she kind of knows, no matter how much she says, hey, this isn't gonna work, you should stop, she knows that she's not gonna get through to him. She's gonna keep trying, but she knows that it probably isn't gonna work. And so I love that last line of, I'll see you tomorrow. And she repeated those words last night too, that it really shows the cyclical nature of what is going on here, that this sort of interaction happens every night, that every night he goes in and he's like, I'm almost there, and every night she's like, maybe not though, and he's like, but maybe yes though. And then she's like, well, I'll see you tomorrow. You know, but cooler. Yeah, so I'm not doing a good job explaining myself today, but that line just hits me in all the right ways and is a great last line for the piece. Hang on.
Are you gonna stay this time? Come here. Silly.
But yeah, yep, there you go.
Kitty. Hi. Hello.
Yeah, I've talked a lot about first lines, but I don't really talk a lot about last lines. But, and so I feel like I'm afraid of going too much into this because I might talk about it too long. But I think this is just such a great way to end the piece because it really feels like it wraps up the arc, because it's really interesting because this arc is a circle. And so a lot of the times you'll want to try to have that last line be like, all right, here's the end of the story, let's wrap it up. And in this case, it's instead of going like this, it goes like this. It goes, here's the end of the story, but it still wraps it up in this really cool way, and I like that a lot. I also think it's cool that we don't need to know who she is. We don't even need a name to get what's going on here. We don't know if this is a lover, a sister, a daughter, a mother. We don't know. A friend. It could be any kind of relationship. But we just know that this is a she that he cared about, and that's all we really need to know. And I think that works super well. But yeah, and like this is very realistic too. It's like, oh, you're still here? Like, hey, let's go to bed, bud. And he's like, just a little longer. I got it. And then she's also kind of doing the same thing here and going like, the books will be here tomorrow. And it's sort of this idea in both sides. The books will be here tomorrow and she'll be dead tomorrow. Like, you don't have to do this tonight. You don't have to stay up all night and stop taking care of yourself to do this. Which I think is cool. And there is my timer. Let's quick see what folks have been saying. Wolf says, I didn't read the prequel, but I didn't get confused. Gotcha. Interesting. Wolf says, I don't know, it could be meant to be an echo of what we're going to see. However, I don't know if it works like that. I think this is more of a tone setter, which is harder to do in 350 words. You're literally hand-capping yourself with the word count. However, it might be worth it if the atmosphere and vibes carry over to the story itself. It might be your mileage may vary situation. Very true. I mean, I guess I would argue in that case that the setting, the dark atmosphere, the moth fluttering, away, like, that sets the tone really well. But the bat coming in and just doing a heckin' murder, doing a heckin' chomp, doesn't really set the tone, because this story isn't like that. This story isn't violent, it's not sudden, it's very quiet, and so that quietness, yeah, that really does work at the beginning. And in that case, like, if it's meant to be a tone setter, I'd actually recommend just talking about the moth fluttering away. And you could even maybe talk about, like, the moth didn't know what it would find out here, if it would, be eaten by morning, or if it would survive, to see the sun. That would mirror Joseph better as well, in my mind, and then that would set the tone. But it's just the stark, sudden chomp that does not seem to fit with the story in multiple ways to me. Huh. Yes, it says my wife, I did the same thing last week. I'm sorry to hear that, but also glad I'm not alone. That's awesome. Dead lovers putting the necro back in romancy. That's amazing. Putting the necro back in romancy. That'll work for a transformed prompt. Or I guess it could be like putting the romance back in. No, yeah, that's what it would be, actually. Putting the the romance back in necromancy. I like that better. I love the she's dead and she'll be just as dead tomorrow. It's so raw. And I wrote around that. That's great. Moth section was experiment. Still a work in progress. That's fair. Perhaps the bath eating a moth was more foreshadowing of the horror that waits Joseph. That's the thing, though, is that, yes, it absolutely could be that. But you don't get that in this story. Like, these stories are meant to be self-contained. And I don't go too hard on that because I'm totally fine with people continuing universes and stuff like that. But that actually is something I'm going to talk about going forward this week, too. But like, they are meant to stand alone as best they can. And so if this is referencing something that will come in a later story, as long as this is meant to stand alone, I don't think it functions for that. And so, like I said, I think that an image that fits this story better would make it stand alone better, if that makes more sense. Dusset agreed with Arith. That is meant to be destruction. Mm-hmm. But yes, thank you so much for submitting, Lilladyeva. Let's go on to Arith's story. I mean, yes, like, there can be implications, but I'm trying to figure out why that doesn't work for me. Like, again, I think it's mostly just, like, the intense violence of it. That it's like, if that's what it's meant to be, it kind of seems like, yeah, he's gonna keep chugging along, and then all of a sudden something's gonna come up and destroy him in a later story. Maybe that's what happens, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening here. This is a slow burn. This is slowly killing him. And so, again, if the image is something that slowly kills the moth, or something like a flame that, you know, maybe doesn't kill it over, like, the course of hours, but is still, like, this consuming thing instead of this sudden thing, I think that would work better for me. But anyways, let us move on to... Oh, what are you doing? What's going on? Okay, let's go on to Arith's story. Division and Unity by Arith Winterfell. We must not let the flame of human freedom die, Tomlin declared. The vile cybernetic unity has been making overtures to our leaders, such as Administrator Lin. They threaten our very autonomy of being, and all the personal freedoms our ancestors fought and died for. Tomlin's words were met with loud cheers of approval from the crowd. Tomlin continued, We cannot allow our leaders to be seduced by the false promises of the cybernetic unity. We must stand united, drive out these representatives, and repel any future so-called offers from the cybernetic unity. Tonight, we set our sights on Representative Arlen. The soft blue glow from Arlen's artificial eyes lessened as Administrator Lin turned on the lights to the meeting lounge. He sat down in a relaxed manner and gestured for her to join him in the nearby chair. Lin joined him there, and he continued with their conversation. You see, the unity is built on the ideals of mutual understanding. We carry the fire of that understanding and hold it dearly. Our forebears witnessed and came out of the religious and political divisions that racked Earth in its final century before the flight of humanity into the larger solar system and eventually into the stars. We not only want to share experiences through the unity, we want to understand each other deeply and sincerely through that oneness. Goodness, Administrator Lin mused. You make it almost sound like a religious experience. I suppose you could frame it that way, sighed Arlen. But our people have found religion can both unite, but also deeply divide people. Just like the way nationalistic pride has both united and divided mankind for centuries. Our hope is that the experience of the unity can not only fulfill the natural longing humanity has for communion with each other, but that it will help us, through that understanding, to heal the divisions that threaten to separate us and turn us against each other. throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Reinkarnitor redeemed something. I don't know what's going on there. I've not seen that notification before. But thank you, whatever that was.
Hi, Kitty. Hi.
Alrighty, this story was great too. And I also have the same question as I had for Lilladyeva. This story is also a sequel. So, for those of you who have not read the prequel, how did this story read to you? Was anything confusing? What did you think that Representative Arlen was? Like what species or kind of creature did you think he was? Which side did you believe? If you are new to this universe, did you believe Tomlin, that, oh my gosh, he's totally manipulating her? Or did you believe Arlen in the second half, thought, no, actually, we just want peace on Earth and goodwill to men? Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the cheers, Deathshead and Ghoulish Misfit. Greatly appreciate that. It made hearts on the screen. Okay, interesting. I don't know why it didn't show up properly for me. But anyways,
Kitty, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. You want out again? Come here. Come here, you little weirdo. Come here, you little weirdo. Baby. A nice big area for you to plop down.
So let's see. So I really liked this story. I really liked the sequel from last time, just as I did with Lilladyeva. And, you know, knowing what was going on, it was fun. Being able to come back to a story from this universe and know a little bit more about what the deal was really fun.
Okay,
And they must pay the camera tax. Yeah, totally. It's the toll bridge of getting out of the room. So I think I will start with, because I was just talking about it with Lilladyeva story, I think I will start with one of my critiques, which is that, so I really love the first part, and I really love the second part. I think they both bring up some really great and interesting points and stories and stuff like that. The problem is, and before I say that, I will say that something that I think really works within the standalone of these things together is that Arlen is basically talking about exactly this, that he's like, you know, that kind of all this stuff is basically what's going on up here, that like everybody's arguing and not communing with each other, not understanding each other, and banding against each other. And so Arlen is basically going, yeah, what's happening up there, yeah, we were trying to avoid that. And so I really like that, and I think that works within the standalone. But I think that, unfortunately, these things end up not quite working as a standalone because this never comes to fruition. That we are introduced, hey, there's a rebellion, we're setting our sights on Arlen tonight. And so basically the whole story I'm expecting, okay, when are they gonna come in? When's the mob gonna show up at the door? And they don't. We just have a nice conversation. And so I feel like this would really work. Like, you don't actually need to do much to connect them, but I think just a small connection would work. Like something like maybe, you know, Arlen looks at the door and someone's coming in the door and like his eyes widen or something like that. His artificial eyes widen. Or if it is a mob, then maybe they hear something outside. Like that actually could be the ending. Like the ending could be they heard shouts outside, or they heard a rock hit the window or something like that. Or they could go up to the window and they could see the mob outside. Anything that connects, like, hey, yes, they made their move on Representative Arlen. They are here. I think would be very helpful. But as is, I don't feel like I get the full story because, and even though, like, it's hard to describe, but as is, I don't feel like I get the full story because I'm introduced, all right, like, I'm ready for the brawl. I'm ready for them to come attack. And so then to set something up and have that not happen doesn't really work for me personally. You could have it work better to just have them be protesting. Like, they could be protesting outside of, you know, a shop or something. And then we would see this, and then that mirroring itself would be the completion of the two parts. Or if you had it, as I said, you know, at the end, they come in, that would feel like, okay, like, something was introduced and that thing came to fruition. Even if I didn't see the full extent of what happened, it would still feel like I got that payoff from the beginning. I got that connection. But without that, I'm kind of going, well, it didn't really need to be introduced. If nothing was going to come of that, then it didn't need to be introduced. And as I said, it's cool that it's symbolic, that it symbolically fits together. But it's not really enough to justify its presence, if that makes sense. That there needs to be a plot reason for it to be there, to justify, you know, using the words on it. And so even a small connection would justify it. But without it, I'm kind of going, you know, why are the two things here? That being said, I do really like the beginning. I do think that it's really engaging. I immediately feel very drawn into the story, and I like that a lot. Small thing. It is a little odd to say, you know, the Unity has been making overtures to our leaders, such as Administrator Lin. They threaten our very autonomy. So I feel like just going straight to the vile cybernetic Unity is making overtures to Administrator Lin. And then you could keep we cannot allow our leaders to be seduced at the end here. But just going straight to Administrator Lin would make us go, okay, let's remember that name. And so then when she comes up here, we remember who she was. But yeah, I do think it's really interesting that they're like, you know, our ancestors fought and died for personal freedom. And then Arlen is kind of like, I don't know about that. I don't know if your ancestors fought and died for personal freedom. Maybe they fought and died for personal arguments. So that's fun. Another little thing, representative here feels oddly respectful, especially after it was in quotes here. I feel like it could work if it was in quotes again, but I feel like saying it with a snide remark, like Representative Arlen, you know. But as is, it kind of feels like, we set our sights on the Honorable Arlen. And it's like, well, we don't think he's honorable, though. So I think saying something like, tonight we set our sights on that cur Arlen, or, you know, that manipulative snake Arlen, something like that, I think would work better. But I do really like that, and it's actually part of why I like it, that I'm critiquing it, that I'm like, oh, okay, I'm ready for this, I'm intrigued by this, you know, kind of thing. But continuing on. So I like this little setting detail, this little physical description, but I have something to critique about it as well. So, last time on this series, we learned, so in the last story that I read from this universe, I was extremely suspicious of Arlen, and I walked away from the story going, don't trust him, don't follow him. I was with the rebellious leaders. And then Arith explained, oh, the cybernetic Unity are human. Like, this isn't an alien race, this isn't AI. they are humans, and they have made this decision to share their minds for all the reasons that Arlen says here. And once I learned that, I was like, oh, now I believe him. And so I feel like for any story that you write in this universe, that is extremely important to make clear. Because as is, the only physical description we have of Arlen is his artificial eyes. And with that, you easily get the impression that he is completely artificial. You hear the word cybernetic unity, artificial eyes. You can easily connect the dots and go, okay, so this is just a robot. This is not a human being. And it can be difficult because I think in the other story you did try to do that. But in that story, I got the impression that, oh yeah, they picked a human. They made a robot. They made a robot to look human, to be more convincing. You know, oh yeah, we made this robot for your viewing pleasure, so that you will be more ingratiated to us, and you will want to join us because we look like you. And so that is a fear that you do have to be careful of. And I should have written down like an example, but I think somehow, conveying that Arlen is human, period. And the only thing artificial about him is his eyes, I think would be really helpful. Follower goal met, 90 out of 90. That's awesome. Thank you so much to any new followers who have joined. I really appreciate that. But yeah, so I wish I had a better example of how to do that, but I think that is extremely important to this universe because it completely changes how he reads, or at least it did. At least it did for me. Anyways, I like the atmosphere, and I think that, oh yeah, that was actually something I was going to say up here, that something you could say is like, you could say, they've been making overtures to our leader, to Administrator Lin. Or you could say something like, the vile cybernetic unity has Administrator Lin in their clutches. And so then that would make it even more fun when we get to the end, and it's just like, some nice hand holding. It's a nice chat. And so she's in his clutches perhaps, but not in the way they mean it. So that could be fun. But I really like the setting, the posture. I think it really helps. Granted, I know what's going on, and so I'm gonna have a tougher time pointing out how people who don't know what's going on might think. That's part of why I asked the chat. But I do think that the setting helps it to seem more genuine, perhaps. I really like Arlen's goals and views. I think it's really interesting that it's like, hey, people argued about religion and political stuff, and you know what? That wasn't great. That didn't create for the greatest atmosphere. And we were like, you know what? I think we want to understand each other. I think we want to, be more empathetic to other people and understand people's points of view better. And so we decided to share our minds with each other so that we would be more united. And I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to get it. I especially like how you do it down here, because these statements here is saying there are good things to religion and bad things to religion. There are good things to politics and bad things to politics. And that absolutely seems like the kind of person who has been part of the unity, what somebody who has been part of the unity would say, because it's yes, I have been part of the unity. I understand other people's points of view. And because of that, I can say things like this instead of just being like, yeah, religion sucks. We wanted to get away from that completely. It's like, well, there's good things about it and there's issues with it. And even him saying you could frame it that way. And we'll come back to her line in a bit, but I feel like it's a weird way to frame it. And so the fact that his response is well, you could frame it that way, again, is very much yeah, like, I understand other people have different points of view, and it's all right if you'd like to frame it that way. I don't agree, though. I think that's really cool. So that's a great way of writing his character, that you really are writing him as if he has done what he says he's done, which I think is very cool. And like I said, I like that pretty much everything he's addressing what happened up above. That people are like, all right, Arlen sucks, we gotta get rid of him. And he's like, I've learned that that's usually not the case. Usually there's more nuance to these situations, and maybe don't, though. So coming back to this here, I feel like her response, well, interesting, and I like that his monologue is broken up by her like asking something, but I feel like it's an odd response, because he just said, our forebears witnessed and came out of the religious and political divisions that racked the earth, and continuing on. And so, like, after hearing him say, hey, we witnessed all the issues that religion can cause, and we weren't really a fan of that, and so we were trying to address that. And then she immediately was like, this sounds religious. And I'm sitting there going, it sounds like the opposite. Like, first of all, what he just described doesn't sound like a religious experience to me. And second of all, he explicitly said, we're trying to address the problems with religion. And so saying, like, this seems like a religious experience seems at the very least to miss the point. Let's see how I phrased it here. Yeah, so, like, religious differences were things people argued over, so the point of the unity was for everyone to see each other's points of views and to stop such arguments. So framing it as a religion defeats the purpose. Like, it is very different than what a religion is, and tries to go back here and address some of the problems with religion. I think the only thing that he says that sounds like a religious experience is this. And so I think if you put that we carry the fire for that understanding and hold it dearly at the very end, and so she's responding to that last thing he said, I think that would work. But the fact that that's really far up comparatively, and he said, we were trying to address the problems with religion afterwards, means that it doesn't really make sense as a response. And, like, sounds a little bit like a religious experience, but it sounds like that's not where my mind would go to super easily. Like, oh, there's the timer. So, like, we share our experiences, we want to understand each other deeply and sincerely through that oneness. Like, yeah, religion can be something that unites people, and can be something that, like, oh, I want to understand you and be like one body with you, like the body of Christ kind of thing. But that's not where my mind goes to first. My mind just goes to relationships, and then goes to, like, yeah, people, as he says down below, like, we have a longing for communion. We want to be in relationship with each other. And so it takes me a while before I arrive at sounds like a religious experience. But like I said, this one I can get there quite easily. I can go from, yeah, we carry the fire and hold it dearly. Like, this is kind of describing something that isn't literal, and something that is deep inside your spirit, kind of thing, and that seems a lot more religious. And so, like I said, if it was at the end and that's what she was responding to, I think that would work. But as is, it feels like she's kind of missing the point, and maybe that is the point, is that it's like, hey, we saw the problems of religion, and we decided to maybe address that. Wow, this sounds religious. You can frame it that way if you want to. Maybe that's the point. But it just seems a little bit odd. But I'll look at the comments real quick. Thank you for the cheer, Reidrev. That is very much appreciated. And thank you for the cheer, Makokim. And Marx. I don't think I saw Marx's before. Little Lady Eva says, I'm new to the universe, and I believe that Arlen was a cyborg. What do you mean by cyborg? Do you mean the artificial eyes, but the rest of him is human? Did you mean like, no, he's pretty much not human? What were your thoughts? Peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Christmas already. Interesting. This says maybe it's like British rules and you have to use honorific titles even for your sworn enemies. That's kind of awesome. Momentary laughter for your viewing pleasure. Yeah. Arith says that part about the understanding through oneness was a nod to mysticism, where people seek to be one with God is something being compared to the oneness of the unity. I see. Yeah. I mean, I do still stand by what I was saying, that there is something a bit religious about this, and I can see where you're going. It just doesn't quite connect super well to me, especially after he was like, saying, hey, there are problems with religion we were trying to address. I'm trying to think of if there's like maybe a metaphor to use. Yeah, I'm not sure. That is one encore. Yay! Lilladyeva says, I'm a human with robot parts. Gotcha. So, next question. Which person did you believe? Did you believe Tomlin, that he has her in his clutches? Or did you believe Arlen, that, he just wants peace on earth and goodwill to men? Reidrev says, I love that story, but I gotta admit the role of Administrator Lynn puzzles me. I don't know how she positions herself relative to the cybernetic unity, and that left me with more questions than answers, especially since she seems so important. If that was intentional, that's really well done. Interesting. I'd be curious to hear more. What about that confused you? Lilladyeva says, I believe Tomlin. Arlen seems too calm to believe. So that is what I thought when I read the first story. So I do think that gives some credence to my critique of, I do think it's really important to show he is human. Like all the cybernetic unity are, they genuinely want this, they're not trying to take over humanity or anything like that. He wants it to be Christmas every day. Pretty much. They want to be like the ghost of Christmas present, like happy and jolly all the time. Except without what's underneath. But anyways, thank you so much for submitting, Arith. This was great. Oh yeah, and then I also like the title too, that it's like division and unity. I think that's cool. Oh, interesting. Arith says, interesting outside of story detail for fun. Arlen is currently separated from the unity. Wait, so do you mean that, like, when he came to this planet, he had to, like, okay, I'll see you in a bit, friends. Like, I need to be separated while I go do this, but I'll be back. Or is it like he's a deserter from the unity? And if he is, why is he trying to recruit her? So that the distance between the stars is too much for the information to travel. Gotcha. Interesting. Oh yeah, I guess one last thing I wanted to say is that I do feel like it could be helpful for this second part to make it more of a back and forth and potentially make it more personal, because this is very similar to what he was talking about last time. And so I think if maybe like Lynn is like really contemplating joining and she's like, okay, like I'm thinking of joining, can you tell me more about what my experience will be? And he's like, well, your experience is going to be like this. And then she could be like, oh, that sounds like a religious experience, or that sounds like X, Y, and Z. And then he could be like, well, let me answer that. I think that going more back and forth between them, I think could be a little bit more engaging. I like it as is, but I do think that adding more than, especially because like I said, and there's also the element of adding the mob at the end, or adding the attempt at the end, I think could help with making it that much more engaging, if that makes sense. Gotcha. He's still part of the Unity, but he's out of range, basically. He has no cell service. He has no service to get to the Unity. Alrighty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for submitting, Arith. Oh, interesting. I did not remember that they were ignorance and want. I thought they were something much more sinister than that. But anyways, let us go on to Kansas's story. Playing Through the Storm by Kansas Wanderlust. Thunder trembled through the sky. Molly bolted upright. She scurried across the room and dove under the covers of her sister's bed. Molly, Gemma grumbled. What's going on? The power went out, the nightlight's off, and so is the fan. A crack of thunder made them flinch. Gemma took a breath and rubbed her eyes. She pulled off the covers and felt her way to the dresser. Dad gave me a flashlight earlier. I know I put it... She rummaged through the drawers. Somewhere. Lightning illuminated the room for a moment, just long enough for Gemma to see the pink flashlight on top of the dresser. There! Molly shouted from under the covers. Yep, Gemma replied. She flipped the switch and the room filled with a warm glow. Much better. A branch slammed against the window, threatening to shatter it. Molly screamed and ran to Gemma, wrapping her arms tightly around her. It's okay, Molly, she cooed, holding her close. Outside, the wind tore through the trees. One of the power lines had fallen across the street, sparks twinkling amidst the storm. Hey, Molly, want to go for a piggyback ride? Molly cocked her head. Right now? Yeah, it'll be fun. Okay. Gemma knelt down. Can you hold the light? Molly nodded. She wrapped her legs around Gemma, grasping the flashlight with her free hand. Here we go! Gemma took off running down the hallway and through the living room. Watch out for the door! Molly cried. What door? Gemma asked. She softly bumped into the door. Oh, that door. Molly giggled as Gemma opened the door and ran down the basement stairs. Watch out for the couch! What couch? Gemma asked, then jumped into the mound of decorative pillows. A flickering candlelight made Molly and Gemma look up. Their parents were smiling down at them from the doorway. We were just coming to get you two, their mother said. Molly dear, come help me with these lanterns. Their father sat beside Gemma. Thank you for taking such good care of her. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I don't think there's a kitty out there, but I'll check. Oh, no kitty. Maybe you finally found something else to do. Alrighty. I don't know if you had questions, Kansas, and if I missed them. Let me quick check. Quick check. Nope, no questions. Okay. Already come back. So yeah, if you have any questions, then you can ask them now. But once again, I thought this story was great. It seems as though you are on a realistic story kick, and I am into it. I am very much enjoying these more realistic tales from you. I think they're very, very heartwarming, very much tug at the heartstrings. No questions, just kind of having fun. That makes sense, and I can definitely see that. Yeah, I think this story works so. I guess as we're talking about this week, I'll say this story works so incredibly well as a standalone because it feels like the whole thing goes through an arc. That last line is such a perfect way to wrap up the arc and the story, and I like it a lot. So this is a story that overall I think works super well. My critiques are mostly just little things that give me questions, but none of them are so big as to hinder my enjoyment of the story. And if I was just reviewing this outside of the stream, I probably wouldn't mention them because they're not that big a deal. But I'll talk about them here because I don't have much else to discuss. But I really love the imagery, the setting, the dialogue. I think it all feels very realistic, very evocative. I really like the word trembled here. I think that's really cool. Not just rumbled, but trembled. You know, like the sky is shivering or like the thunder's shivering. I think that's cool. I can totally imagine, you know, Molly Molly shrieking and, you know, vaulting upright and then running to the bed and you know, cozying up there whether her sister likes it or not. Very, very cute. I like this a lot too. This very much feels like something a kid would be thinking, that it's like everything's off, like the nightlight's off and so is the fan, and that is kind of the thought process when the power's out. It's like, okay, like, did the light just turn off or did the power turn off? No, the fan's off too. Must be the power. But I don't know. I just like the specificity of it. I feel it's very realistic. And then I like, you know, it also feels very realistic to go, okay, Dad gave me a flashlight earlier. I'm curious if they knew that this storm was going to happen and that's why he gave it to her. But I definitely like that as well, that it's not just, I have a flashlight. It's, oh, Dad gave me something. And then this is very realistic too. Like, I put it, rummage somewhere. Very cool. I like that a lot. I think it's cute that it's pink for them. And I like that they're kind of helping each other, that Molly isn't just completely immobilized, which, you know, it would be fine if she was, because she's a little kid and she's allowed to be scared. But I also think that that's cool that she is able to be brave and she helps look and stuff like that. And I can totally, granted, I just realized I have this image of, you know, here, let's see if I can do it with my sweater. Hi, kitty. Sorry. Like, I just imagine her under the covers, you know, like like this, that it's like, it's over there kind of thing. But I think that you probably meant she's just more like this, like, it's over there kind of thing. But I kind of love the image of the blankie hood thing. And, you know, they're both being so brave, and Gemma is able to just be like, yep, that's much better, as opposed to being like, okay, finally we have some light, you know, kind of thing. And I guess I kind of like the almost like downplaying nature of it, that it's like, yeah, that's nice, isn't it? kind of thing, as opposed to like that was something they desperately needed. I like this image as well. Like, I like both of these images. I think that they're very evocative, work really well, feel very realistic. This is very sweet. I'm a little unsure about this one. Because different places have different storms and stuff like that. But, because, like, well, I guess I can talk about, like, when I was in Seattle, like, the storms there are nothing. They barely show up, and when they do, it's just like, oh yeah, a couple rumbles. But here, oh man, like, they always show up a lot in the spring, and a bit in the fall as well. And the thunder shakes the sky for hours on end, and you never know if there's gonna be a tornado, and so it's a horrible thing. And so I don't know if in some places it's very normal for power lines to go down like this, but when I read this, I'm kind of going, things are really bad, you guys. Like, if there's a power line across the street and sparks are twinkling, like, I think this might be more than a storm. Like, this is a real big problem. You need to be calling somebody kind of thing. And I don't know if that's the image you intended or not, or if it's just, you know, maybe that is normal for power lines to go down in the storm. I really love her being like, you know, you want to go for a piggyback ride. I think that's so cute because it's very much like it reminds me of Rise of the Guardians and how Jack is basically the personification of fun, and how you see in his memories that as like his sister. Oh, did I hear Kitty? No, I didn't. That his sister is like on the ice and is scared and stuff like that, and he's like, you know, don't worry, like you're gonna be okay. We're gonna have some fun instead. And he saves her, you know. This totally has those vibes to me. Maybe not that dire, but it, well, we'll come back to that. But maybe or maybe not that dire. And she's making it a fun time for Molly, that instead of like showing her how scary it is, that and being scared too, and them feeding off of each other, she's like, hey, you know, you want to go for a piggyback ride? I think that's so cool. And that's like, I think, great advice for how to deal with this kind of situation with a kid, that like making it seem less than it is, even if it is something really big and a problem, like trying to be like, okay, like I'll get you to where I want you to go. I'll get you from point A to point B, but I don't want to get you there kicking and screaming. I want to get you there easily, and it actually will benefit me to make it more fun for you. I think that's really cool, and I like that a lot. And then I like this as one of the prompt uses in the story, that it's quite simply holding a flashlight, and it kind of has this like symbolism in a way of like, she's giving her a little responsibility, what little responsibility she can give her. Kind of similar to what I was saying before, that like, I think kids like this. They like to feel like they're helping and like they have something to do and to take care of. And so being like, hey, I have a job for you, like a very important job. You're going to be carrying the flame. I think that's really fun and cool. There is an element of which I feel like running is not really advisable in this situation. So I feel like it might make more sense if she, you know, just marched or something like that, as opposed to ran. But it's still cute. So I think that the section of the story that causes the most issues, and this was the thing that stuck out to the folks I talked to about this story, is this section here. And so there's kind of this question of, well, I'll start with the door. So what door? Oh, that door. That's cute. That's funny. But it's hard to tell if she genuinely didn't see it. Like, is she running so fast that even with the light of the flashlight, she literally doesn't see it? Or is it like, no, she totally sees it, but she knows that Molly will laugh if she bumps into it. And so she does. It's hard to tell. And then with the second one, I think it's much more likely that she did this intentionally. But it also, at least to me, feels odd that the effect is not described. That this time, like, she giggles and stuff, but nothing is described like that here. That it's like, what couch? They jumped into the mound of decorative pillows to a gaggle of giggles, you know, something like that. Just a little something about their reaction, I think, would be really helpful there. Yeah, so I think it's a little hard to tell if it's if like this one is genuine and then she gets the idea to do it intentionally here, if they're both intentional or if neither of them are intentional. And then the other question from this section is, maybe it's just different life experiences, but it's a little odd that they're in the basement. I feel like it would make more sense. So I see three options here. So option 1, it's the tornado shelter. Genuinely, they need to be protected, and so they go to the basement. Option 2, they that's where their living room is. Like, that is how some houses are, that they have like important rooms in the basement. Or it's just the basement and there's no tornado warning. They don't need to go there for protection. They just are going to the basement. I guess option 4 would be they know that's where supplies are. Like, they know that's where more flashlights are, and so that's why they're going there. But it's definitely this question of, why are they going to the basement? Why don't they just go to their parents' bedroom or to the main living area or something like that? So not that big a deal, but a little bit of something. And I do think if it is meant to be, hey, we need to get into the tornado shelter, then I think that should be a little bit clearer. Because I totally, like I said before, like, I actually like the idea even more if it's something really dangerous. I think that's even better for Gemma to be like, hey, you want to go for a piggyback ride? And she's staying calm, even though she knows the threat is really bad. And she, well, maybe Gemma doesn't know, but the parents do. But assuming Gemma does know, I think that's even more heartfelt, that she is keeping composed and she's able to go, hey, let's have some fun, getting to the basement. And she knows we need to be protected because a tornado's coming. But she's acting like it's just a fun time for Molly. I think that's even cuter if there is like that bigger threat there. But I do not think it's quite clear enough that that is the case, if that is what you meant. Because even though for Molly doesn't know that this is a big threat, I think it should be clear to the audience somehow that it is. And I don't know how you can make that clear, because I guess part of it is the fact that, oh, there's an ad.
Oh, there's an ad. What do you think, kitty? Oh, what do you think? Baby. Aw, like that, huh?
Chin scritches you probably can't see. The cat is the host now, yeah. I wish I got a picture of it, but the other day where I was setting up the PlayStation, I had the computer on the edge of the couch, and Bella was right in front of it, and so she looked like she was ready to start streaming, and I wish I got a picture of it, but I didn't. Alright, looks like the ad is over. But yeah, so what I was saying is that I think part of it is the fact that there are decorative pillows down there, that there's a couch, the decorative pillows doesn't really seem like, oh, this is like the dingy basement with all the storage boxes and stuff like that. And so that's part of what makes me question, what is this place and why are they going there? Another question that I had is, how come the girls have a flashlight and they have candles? And again, this might just be different life experiences, but like, I have a ton of flashlights, and so we have flashlights and we have electric lanterns, and so I have a flashlight in my dresser, they have flashlights in their dressers. There are flashlights in the drawers in the common area. And so if there's a power outage, we're getting those. And so it seems odd to me that the parents wouldn't have flashlights as well. And granted, it could be a situation of, we have one flashlight and I don't trust the girls with a candle, so they get it. But the fact that the flashlight is pink seems like it was bought for them. Now, granted, flashlights can be pink if they want to be. But I don't think I've ever encountered a pink flashlight. I think I've seen yellow ones, green ones, black ones, blue ones, red ones, but pink is something specific. That's something intentional. And so that feels like, you know, the kids' flashlight that they got for them. And so it seems especially odd that if that's the only flashlight they have, it's that color. What was I gonna say? So yeah, it just struck me as a little bit odd that they have candles while the girls have a flashlight. And then kind of a similar question with the lanterns. Are these electric lanterns or are they candle lanterns? And so if they are candle lanterns, and I'm correct that they didn't trust the girls with the candles, why did she tell Molly, the younger one, to come help with the candle lanterns? And if they're electric lanterns, why weren't they in the parents' bedroom? Why weren't they the thing that they had on hand? So yeah, like I said, these things are not that important to the story. It's just I don't have much to critique about the story, and so I'll just, you know, say what I had to say, even though it's really not that big a deal. But I do really like the images, and I do feel like this feels very realistic to what they would say. And like I said, once again, a banger of a last line and a beautiful, beautiful arc, beautiful wrap up. I don't know if you intended this, but this also feels like another use of the prompt to me, that the sister is carrying the flame, that it's a little bit this idea of legacy, but it's also this idea of I'm going to protect her. Like, I love her, that's a kind of flame. I'm going to protect her, that's a kind of flame. I'm going to carry on my responsibilities, you know, as her sister, and I'm going to carry her, you know. That's pretty cool, actually. I didn't think of that she, you know, does the piggyback thing. She's carrying Molly, and Molly is carrying the lantern, and so they're both carrying flames of their own kinds. But I think that's really cool. I like that a lot, because I feel like there are so many siblings that wouldn't do that. That's either like siblings who would be freaking out or arguing through this, or, you know, not being like, why do I have to take care of her, or something like that. And so I do think it's really sweet that, you know, this happened, and instead of freaking out or being like, I'm taking care of myself, fend for yourself, Molly, that she explicitly went out of her way to keep Molly calm and to help her and stuff like that. It's so heartwarming and beautiful. And it's really interesting, because I feel like this kind of line could easily feel on the nose, but I don't feel that way with it. That it just really works to me, and really feels like a good wrap up. And I guess maybe part of it is that is something a dad would say. It's also cool that you have both the parents, you know, talking and having their role in the story. But yeah, so like the whole story is showing how she is taking care of her, and then the parents are like, oh, we recognize that you did that, and you didn't have to do that, and so that's really cool. I like that a lot. All right, let's see what folks have been saying. Reidrev says, I really like that story. It's a bit eerie how everyone acts joyful and calm in front of the youngest while they hide in what feels like a bunker. That was very, very well executed. I love how it doesn't really end with a ta-da, just a slow realization that the storm's a lot stronger than we first thought. Okay, so you were thinking it's kind of a tornado situation. Interesting. Kansas says, I took inspiration from my life. When me and my brother were little, we had to stay in the living room, safest room in the house, during a hurricane, like in 2008. We built a fort and everything. Dang. Man, Kansas, you have been through the ringer. Like, you had a hurricane when you were 8, and then, I won't go into it, but all the stuff that we talked about last time you were red. My goodness, I am sorry for everything you have gone through. But I am glad that you are still here with us. But anyways, that's really cool, and especially does corroborate what I was saying about writing real life, that you weren't just writing a realistic story, you were writing something based on your real life, and that's very cool. And I think that is really sweet, that you guys were able to make the most of it and build a fort even as, you know, these horrible things were happening. So that does seem to say, I think you answer later, but that does seem to say I was correct, that it is really bad. Dorian says, very cute story, dad thing to do. My dad would do that and still does if we're experiencing a bad storm. Try to make the most of it. That's great. Kansas says, he was Molly and I was Gemma. Interesting. And my dad is flashlight obsessed and always gives me them randomly or during a hurricane. He also always taught me to keep little brother safe. I like turning scary situations into games. Oh, that's so heartwarming and sweet. Yeah, exactly. Corianne says, despite the circumstances, that's sweet and wholesome and adorable. Couldn't agree more. Kansas says, that was one of the biggest differences I noticed after moving from Houston to Michigan. Scary thunderstorms everyone is freaking out about are absolutely nothing. Oh, that's funny. I'm guessing in Michigan you have blizzards to worry about. Okay, Lilladyeva says, power lines going down in the storm is not unusual in the Northeast U.S. Gotcha. Kansas says, the power line going down is what made Gemma realize that the hurricane was getting bad and she needed to get herself and her sister safe. That combined with a branch hitting the window. Gotcha. Yeah, so I guess that goes back to what I was saying is, like, I can kind of infer that maybe it's something bad. Of course, my mind went to tornado because that's what we've got down here, but hurricane totally makes sense. So I can kind of infer that maybe it's a hurricane, but ultimately I wasn't sure, and so I do think something that's a little bit more clear about, oh hey, this isn't just a storm, it's really bad. We need to get into the bunker would be helpful. And Reidrev says, one thing that kind of bothered me is the repetition of the beware the door, what door? Beware the couch, what couch? Kind of felt a bit weird, like an inside joke I didn't get. Got me out of the story a bit. So Reidrev seems to agree that was the part that was maybe the most clunky. Kansas says Gemma was messing around. Look out for the door. Then Gemma sarcastically going, what door? Then playfully bumping into it. Gotcha. I think maybe, in addition to my giggle suggestion, something like, because this is omniscient. Like, we're seeing it kind of from both their perspectives. And so going like, what door? Gemma asked, smirking. She softly bumped into the door. Or, what door? Gemma asked. She softly bumped into the door, smirking. Like, I think something like that would show, okay, this is a joke. This isn't real. Good to know it didn't quite work though. Fair enough. The second bit was really fighting the word character counter. That's also very fair. They're going to the basement to be safe and stay away from the windows. Gotcha. I guess, you know, in that case, you probably could have, that could have been a helpful clue if you had some line about, you know, Molly giggles, Gemma opened the door and ran down the basement stairs, where there weren't any windows. Something about that, though I think you just said that you were fighting the word count, so I guess you didn't have room for it. Maybe cutting out the jokes would, or one of the jokes could help give you words for something like that. But, you know, showing, hey, there aren't windows here, tells me, aha, they're worried about windows, and probably would tell me, yeah, this is serious. The cat was always the host. Amazing. Kansas says, the candle thing was purely word count. I didn't have the space I needed to have their dad's bright LED flashlight pouring into the room. Oh, I like that, though! Flickering candlelight was more word count friendly. Gotcha. Were you also the person who ran into the character count, too? That would make it even harder. But, I mean, you could say, no. Is it? I feel like that, yeah, so that's the same amount of words. Flickering, well, I guess it's one more word, but, it is only 2 words, and I think less characters, so I think you could have just said, why do I want to say Anne? An LED flashlight? No, an LED flashlight made Molly and Gemma look up, you know. Was that there before? It must have been. It just says, in my house, the electricity is kind of crappy, so blackouts are extremely common, and storm blackouts even more so. At some point, you just get used to the dark and only candles or flashlights for the fun of it. They're that prepared and that used to it. It's possible that the light candles more for the girl afraid of the dark than for themselves. Well, why would the candles make somebody less afraid than a flashlight would? I feel like a flashlight would be better. Gotcha. So Mako says, it never even occurred to me that it was a hurricane or tornado. It just felt like a storm to me. Yeah, so that does corroborate that it should be a little bit clearer. Maybe having the window break instead of just tapping it. Yeah, that could work, potentially. Thank you for the cheers, Mako and Marx. I feel like we don't see those two colors next to each other a lot because I'm liking how that looks. I mean, I would disagree, but so Reidrev says, I think that would have been too violent. The story works because of how playful it is, despite the dark implication, in my opinion, of course. Yeah, in my personal opinion, like I said, there was implication, but it wasn't strong enough. And so I needed something that was stronger, something that was more violent. And I guess, like, to your point, like, maybe that would break the illusion for Molly, that if the window broke, it would be like, okay, I know that there's a real problem here, but as long as it's like, oh, hey, pretty bad outside, but we're safe here, it's not getting in, then we can maintain the illusion that everything's okay. And so, yeah, there is an argument for maybe that would be a little too much to convey it. Like I said, I just need something to convey it. Cansas says, makes sense. Guess I need to find that balance between the severity of the situation while holding on to that playful nature. And yep, that was me running into the character count. Gotcha. 72% to the second encore, Death says. Thank you so much. Corian says, because where I live, I equate storms with tornadoes, even though that's not always the case. I just expect it to get worse, but hope it doesn't. Yeah, that's kind of my experience too. So let's see if we can think of other ways to convey, hey, this is a hurricane, without breaking the playful nature. Because it definitely seemed bad, like I said with the electricity thing. I was just, my first instinct was, that feels pretty bad. I don't know if you meant that, as opposed to, that feels bad, that means it's a hurricane. Let's see. I guess maybe this could be interesting. Maybe something you could do is convey that Gemma is scared, but is holding it together. Because as is, like I said, I can maybe get that a little bit. I can kind of assume that she's scared, but it's not, it seems like she's pretty okay. And so I think if Gemma also jolts, I don't know if that would have been quite enough, but I think especially if you did that throughout the story that, oh, Gemma's scared too, we would go, aha, this is something to be scared about, and Gemma is just holding it together, as opposed to, oh, this is nothing to be scared about, and she's just comforting her sister. Yeah, that's interesting, actually, because when a storm is just a storm, that's what you're going to be like, right? You're going to be like, oh, it's nothing to worry about, Molly, it's fine. But it is different when it's like, this is a hurricane, this is something to worry about, but I'm going to keep Molly safe. Then I do think that if you had been able to convey, I'm scared too, like she's trying to not tremble, she's jolting too, that could maybe show, like, it's not just, oh, hey, it's a storm, nothing to worry about, baby sis. It's like, it is something to worry about. Could help. Kansas says, when Molly wakes up Gemma, maybe have Molly mention the hurricane is here, and the night light is off, the fan is off. Oh, so she knew it was a hurricane. So she wasn't trying to hide that from her? That does kind of change things. Mako says, maybe specify the tree branch wasn't attached to the tree anymore or something. Oh yeah, that it's just like flying through the air kind of thing. Like, I guess you could do, yeah, what could you do with that? Because you could do something like the shingles are falling off the roof. That maybe they see shingles fall down outside the window, or something hits the window that shouldn't be hitting it. You know, something like a piece of the next door neighbor's mailbox or something like that. Not that exactly, but something that shouldn't be out there is hitting the window. Then I'll be like, okay, this is not normal. Have the tree branch fly into the window, yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a good story when everyone's reminiscing. True. Interesting. Kind of like the mailbox idea. Nice. Like the flag from the mailbox or something. But anyway, so yeah, you could have her say the hurricane is here, but I do think that undermines part of what I like so much about the story, which is, like I said, I read it as that she's hiding the fact that it's bad, you know. It's old man Peter's mailbox. He's gonna be furious. That's awesome. That could totally make fun of the situation. That like imagine like Molly sees this and she's like, it's old man Peter's mailbox, and then Gemma's like, yeah, he's gonna be furious when he finds out. That could be real cute. But anyways, thank you so much for submitting, Kansas. Let us go on to Marx's. I feel like I might not have set a timer for that one. No, I didn't. All right. But yes, that was great. Let us go on to Marx's story. Like the flames and acid rain of mortal sin, Love and Hex by Marx. My vision blurs. I blink away my tears. Being able to see inside her office from my desk used to fill me with joy. Now it's just a bleak reminder of what once was. Just 2 days ago we were laughing together. She'd kissed me and reveled in my embarrassment. We hugged. We held hands. I told her my secrets, and she told me hers. Now, she doesn't even know who I am. Her memories of me were ripped away, and now I'm just another employee to her. My fists clench at even the idea of it. Temporarily blocking memories is one thing. With enough skill, it's relatively safe. Removing them entirely? The human mind is fragile. As much as I look on her with longing, it's also with concern. Especially when she smells the roses on her desk. I made those for her. It was one of the reasons she sought a relationship with me in the first place. My breath stops as a look of calm blooms through her face at the scent. She's fine, however. At least whoever removed her memories knew what they were doing. But that still means I have to keep my distance. If I trigger those gaps in her memory, it could cause it would be bad. And I'd never do that to her. I know what we had together. I'll always know. And that will have to be enough. Don't worry about it, a voice suddenly says from behind me. She's much happier with Bruce. You two were never going to work. I slowly turn away from her to face her brother. He grins at me with a chuckle. It looks could kill. He leans down and whispers in my ear, keep that up and maybe you'll find your memories removed as well. And maybe it won't be as gentle. He pats my shoulder, walking away while humming a little tune. I grit my teeth so hard it hurts. And as I watch him leave, one fact burns in me with every fiber of my being. He's going to pay. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. And thank you so much for the cheers, Ghoulish and Death said. Okay, so I assume when you say I've made it enough, you mean that we have unlocked our second story, our second encore, which is lovely to hear. And Ghoulish says, thanks, I hate it. Fair. I'm really cheering to punch the villain here. Awesome. All right. Well, so my first question is, if you are not familiar with this universe, how did this story read? Was there anything that confused you, and if so, where? And I will also read Marx's questions to start us out. So question 1. So I was initially going to do 2 stories, one with the flame of a lost love, and one immediately following it with a flame of vengeance for that lost love. I just wasn't looking forward to summarizing the first story again, so that the second one was a standalone, so I smushed them together. Did this work? Would you have preferred it in 2 separate stories? 2, I'm doing a lot here. I'm introducing that Xander and Vanessa were dating, that Vanessa's memories were taken, and that Xander is familiar with the process and knows that trying to reintroduce those memories is dangerous. I introduce Vanessa's brother and try to get across his motivations and that he is not a nice guy. Then I kickstart the revenge plot. That's a lot to do in 350 words. Which parts did I do well, and which parts didn't get across? 3, I'm pretty good at writing irredeemable assholes, if I do say so myself. He doesn't get a lot of screen time in this, but does Vanessa's brother come across as #Xander please wreck this fool, or does he come across cartoonishly over the top? Also, what do you think his name is? Yes, I have most of the story plotted out, and the villain doesn't have a name yet. I have ideas, I'm just curious. Feel free to answer those questions. I think I'll probably save them for the end myself. Oh, that's great to hear. Ghoulish says, I'm wearing headphones, so the whisper actually raised the hairs on the back of my neck. That is that is great to hear as someone who's trying to voice him well and evoke emotions. And Mark says, right, that reading was amazing. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, from the few comments I read so far, it does seem like Xander, please wreck this fool is what people are feeling. But yeah, let's get into this. So first of all, what is this from? I assume it's from a song of some sort, but I'm not sure I fully got the connection to the story besides, the flames and the prompt. But anyways, so as I said at the end of the stream, I was like, this story could work very well. This prompt could work very well for Xander and Vanessa, and so I was happy to see that you actually went after that. So I really love the beginning here, the setup. Like, this is such a great beginning. Like, you really get right away what's going on, that you get. So this is, I didn't think about that, but this is really interesting because I think I've talked about this before, but it's been a while, that there's this idea of holding your tears, that when a character cries, like, that's essentially as far as they can go. And so, of course, there are, like, exceptions and things that you could do beyond that. But generally, that's the breaking point. And so, if you have a character cry too early, it won't sit right. And it'll feel like, you went too far too fast. And this is really interesting because you start with him crying, or you start with him, blinking away the tears. And I think it works really well because it immediately shows us he has already broken. That's the point. Is that he has broken before this story even began. And now we're going to a new thing besides the sorrow of losing her. Now we're going into revenge by the end. And I think that works really well. And like, this is really cool to set up the scene, that like, it's not just a scene setting thing of like, I can see her office. It's also the emotional thing of like, I have always been able to see her inside her office, and that used to be so fun, because I loved her and I loved being able to see her, and maybe they like chatted across the offices and like sent signals or something like that. That'd be really cute. But now he can still see her, and he can't do any of that, and he can't be with her in the same way anymore. And I think that's sad and beautiful and sets the scene really well. I like the next line as well, that it used to be joy, but now it's just a reminder, and so we're wondering, what's this a reminder of, this kind of thing. And then this is so cute. I love that. I love the cadence of, you know, we hugged, we held hands, we kissed, we hugged, we held hands, we did all these things, we were all these things to each other, and now we're none of those things, and we do none of those things. I think that's really cool. So first point of contention. So once again, I did read this story to my dad, and the biggest thing that ended up confusing him, and he's not super familiar with this story, the biggest thing that confused him is how she was already with Bruce when it's only been 2 days. And so he was thinking somehow, you know, they got together in 2 days after the previous relationship, and he wasn't sure if that was believable. Or she, or like she's going to get together with Bruce, but it hasn't happened yet. And so this is the manipulation from the brother. As far as I know, like her memories were rewritten, and so she thinks that she's with Bruce, and potentially like the things that Xander did, she thinks she did with Bruce. And so he was saying that he really needed to know that he really wanted that info of, oh, her memories haven't just been erased, like new ones have been put in their place, kind of thing. And the thing is, like, you actually could avoid the problem in another way, which is not mention the timeline. that you could just say, just recently we were laughing together, and have it be more nebulous. I guess it comes back to my thing of saying the number. I think you should say the number, you know, in like the actual book and stuff like that, but I guess it did run into the problem of when you said the number, then now we're thinking about that and wondering and going, is that believable? Does that make sense? But without, if it was nebulous, I think we wouldn't have those questions, or at least newcomers, you know, wouldn't. And then, yeah, so I really like the cadence of, like, all this, we did all these things, and then now she doesn't even know who I am. So it's not just, now we're not together, now we're not doing those things. It's, she doesn't even know who I am. And I think you really feel the gut punch of it. At least I hope that comes across, and I think that's a really cool cadence, personally. This, I think, works really well to convey what's going on, too, that, their memories are gone. They aren't just gone. They were ripped away by someone. It was active, and now I'm just another employee. I think that works very well. So next critique would be with this line here. So I think this is one of those cases where, you know, I talk about how with a larger universe you have to juggle too much context versus too little. And part of the problem of putting too much context into something means that your readers are asking questions they shouldn't be asking. And I definitely think that this is one of those cases where I'm going, what is the difference? Because to me, I'm like, that kind of, like, they sound very similar and seem to have the same effect, besides the temporary thing. And so I'm like, what is the difference here, and why are we making that distinction? And then, and it doesn't really come up. It isn't really important. Like, even if the brother blocked them, I guess the temporary thing, again, is the important part. But even if the brother blocked them, like, the ending doesn't change, at least, you know, in my view as a reader. And so I think just, you know, just saying, you know, maybe making it a little bit more clear here that somebody actively did it to her, in case people didn't get that from this. Granted, you might get it just from the end, and that could work too. But, you know, just something about, like, my fist clench at even the idea of it, of her memories being ripped away, you know, of her memories being blocked, you know. Maybe you could come up with something more evocative than that, but just keeping it there, I think, would work better for this particular story. Because, like I said, even I, someone who knows the universe, I'm sitting here going, what is the difference, and why does that matter? Another thing that you could potentially consider, and I don't know if it works with this line, but just something to bring up, is that it could be interesting if you made the audience think it was a breakup, and then suddenly, like, we realize, oh crap, it was actually, her memories were fully erased. And I do think that could take away from the power of the beginning, because you would have to like remove this line. But it would take away like the potential confusion and questions of this line. And just have it, and would make us hate the brother even more. If we're like, oh, sad, like they broke up, and then it's like, oh no, actually her brother sucks, and took away her memories. That could be interesting to consider. This is just kind of curious from a philosophical standpoint, because I think this is one of those things where you'll see posts where it's like, wow, humans can die so easily, and then other times it's like, wow, humans so strong and like can get 28 stab wounds and still live. Maybe not that exactly, but go through all this damage and still live. And so I feel like this is kind of this thing where I'm like, is the human mind fragile? I feel like it's very fragile in some circumstances, and in other circumstances it's a beast and, you know, hard to break. And so I don't know about that, but, you know, not really, it doesn't really influence the story, just something it makes me think about. I also think, going along with the too much info, too little info thing, I think this line here would work better as I gave them to her. Because for those of us who know that story, we're like, oh yeah, he made them for her, aw. But I think anybody who doesn't know this universe will be like, you did what now? and my dad thought that it meant he grew them for her, like he grew them in like his garden in the backyard or something like that. And so I think just saying I gave them to her, people who know the universe will know, yeah, he made them. And people who don't know the universe won't question it. And since it's only been 2 days, like they could have survived, I think, that amount of time. Nonetheless, I do like the going back to that, because I do think that's a cool image. And, you know, I remember that they literally calm her. They have a spell on them that makes her calm. And so I like the nod to that she's still there smelling the roses I made for her, but doesn't remember that I made them, you know. I'm a little torn on this line here, because it makes me think of a few different things. Like, first thing is, it might be saying, like, you know, she's fine. She, throughout the process of removing her memories, she could have not been fine. She's still a functioning human, so that's good. So it might be saying that. It might be saying, like, I hate that I can't be with her, but she's living an okay life. Like, her life doesn't suck, and so she's fine. But it also, there's kind of this element of, my breath stops as a look of calm zooms through her face at the scent. She's fine, however. Kind of seems like he might be saying, like, oh, she looks calm. She's fine. Which doesn't quite fit as well to me. So I feel like, you know, putting something in between the calm of the roses, and then having this, I think, would be helpful. So it doesn't seem like, oh, she looks calm. She's okay. You know, kind of thing. Okay, so this here. So this is one of my biggest critiques for the piece. So these lines here, I do not think they are badly written, and there are other circumstances and stories where this kind of a explanation would be perfectly viable, and I'd be like, oh yeah, kind of like I was saying with Lilladyeva, that it's like, all I need to know is, you know, I can't sleep, not while she, you know, kind of thing, like, that's all I needed. And so in some stories, this would be all I needed. In this case, I don't think that it's enough. I just saw Wolf post the owl gif of look how calm she is. You know, that's great. But anyway, so this is interesting, because this isn't something that I think has come up that much in these streams, but this is a very unique circumstance, which it isn't a sense of there's too much or too little context. This is a unique circumstance in which, if this question isn't answered, it will burn in the audience's mind. How did I phrase it here? Oh yeah, I phrased it as, this is something that he would should absolutely be doing. Like, all the audience is thinking, or at least me in the audience is thinking, go up to her, either try to remind her or try to start a new relationship with her. And this doesn't answer that enough. I'm still sitting here going, why? Like, okay, I understand that something bad can happen, but all I'm thinking is, go up to her and start a new relationship. Why can't you do that? And saying, oh, it'd be bad, isn't enough for me to stop going, why? Why aren't you doing that? And so, to me, this definitely feels like something that needs to be addressed. That, yes, it would cost words, but I think that it needs the words to convey why he's not doing that. Because the ending, while it's cool, and we'll come back to that, is I'm kind of going, okay, like, yeah, I want him to pay too, but first order of business, go talk to her. Like, first order of business, try to start a new relationship with her. And so, and not, make him pay. And so I want to be on the same page as him of, like, there's nothing I can do, but I'm going to make him pay, kind of thing. And I don't feel like I am there as an audience member. And so I do feel like words do need to be devoted to explaining what's going to happen if he doesn't do it. Because there's even also this element of, like, okay, I know there's a risk, but why doesn't he at least try? Like, there's also that too of, like, I don't know exactly how bad is. And so I'm kind of like, try it, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, I think I might come back to this one. I do really like this part, though, that, I know what we had together. I will continue to know it. And it's especially cool because I know what we had in the past. I'll always know in the present. And that will have to be enough in the future. And I also think it's cool because it's not enough, but it's going to have to be enough. I think that's really neat. I do like the imagery here of just, like, a voice behind him and he turns to face him, and stuff like that. I think most of this is going to be more discussed when I answer your questions. And then as I said, I do like the ending. I do think the ending is quite punchy, and I like how that uses the prompt, and we're like, yeah, do it, Xander, go for it. I do. And this also, it's interesting because the arc does change, as you said in the questions. That it's not just, oh, I'm sad that I'm away from her and that's it, or oh, I want revenge and that's it. But I actually think in a way it works better this way because you go through, like, a more complete arc of, like, we loved each other, we were dating, now she's lost her memories, now we find out who took them away, now we're gonna make him pay. And that actually works quite well for me. That feels like a good wrap up to the arc. And it's also kind of this situation of, what's he gonna do moving forward? Because if you just did the lost love thing, it might feel more stagnant. It might feel more like, I'm sad now. But as is, it's like, okay, I'm sad, she lost her memories. How do we go forward? I think that works really well. So the question that ends up getting brought up with the brother is that, well, there's multiple questions that come up with the brother. And so question one is, why is he doing this? That I feel like it can't just be like, oh, I hate Xander and I don't want her to be with Xander. It probably has something to do with, like, Bruce too. But I don't know what he's getting out of this. And I don't necessarily need to know to get into the story, but especially because he is her brother and should love her and care for her, as we saw with the sister story above. That's what he should be doing with her. that that knowing he did this to his own sister, it's like, why? But the thing that makes that even more of a question and even more of a need to know thing, and this is something that I think is more prevalent if you know the universe than if you don't, but Xander is a technomage, and seemingly a pretty dang powerful one at that. Homeboy made roses that calm her every time she smells them, and they never die. Like, I know that might seem like a little thing, but like, that's pretty impressive. And he can make video games that you think are real. And so it's like I said here, why are you putting a bullseye on yourself from someone who can rewrite reality? I think from here, like, well, I'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, like, why are you putting a bullseye on yourself from someone who can do what he can do? And so there's also the, like, added to that is the question of, why didn't they remove Xander's memories? Like, why would you go like, oh yes, I'm going to remove my sister's memories? What about like her boyfriend, who is like actually a really powerful technomage and does all this like cool stuff in his spare time? I'll threaten him. I don't feel like a threat's gonna be enough, as we're gonna see, I'm assuming, in the future. And so it's like, why would you put that guy as your enemy? Why, if you do have the power to remove memories and keep someone okay, not that he cares about Xander being okay, seemingly. Like, and then there's also, added to that, the question of, okay, why isn't there more that Xander can do? He knows that removing memories is difficult, but he seemingly knows a bit about the process. So why isn't his next step, let's figure out how to undo it. Let me study magic enough so that I can undo what they did. Or, you know, why can't he erase the brother's memories? Why can't he be like, no, you, Uno reverse card, and do that to him? Like I said, like, he makes crazy amazing stuff in his spare time. Don't give him a reason to weaponize it, because you're going to lose. And so he really makes me think of, at least in this specific comment and stuff, one of my favorite shows is Tangled the series / Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure, and there is a character in that show who I love to bits, and I love mad scientist characters, and he's one of those, and Xander might be, depending on where this goes, but he might be one of those characters too. But basically, like, he's just this sweet little geeky dude who makes inventions, and he makes these inventions trying to help people, but they often end up accidentally going wrong or causing something disastrous, and it's not because he intends it. It's just because, you know, they go wrong. And stuff like that. And all he wants is to make his dad proud, and then his dad to be, you know, to acknowledge him, and that he's like trying to help and doing good work and stuff like that. And his dad's always like, your invention made problems, you know. And so he is genuinely so sweet, like one of the sweetest, you know, characters in the show, and stuff like that. And something happens in the middle of the show, that makes him do a switch and makes him go. And indeed, I don't know how to describe it without going into too much detail about it, but essentially he goes villain. And this happens where, like, hey, he was trying to use his powers for good, his inventions for good, and was, and they just, like, accidentally would go wrong. Don't give him a reason to actually try to do the wrong, because he's gonna do a good job of that. Like, the last battle of the season 1 is everybody, and I mean the king, the princess, her bodyguard, her boyfriend, the entire royal guard, against him, against just him. And so, because he's that powerful with his inventions and stuff, just a 14-year-old kid in his lab alone. But anyway, so this feels like that to me, that it's like, oh, like, he, like, he made these cool inventions for fun and to help people. But now I gave him a reason to weaponize it, and he's basically a one-man army. And so if that happens, that's cool. I'm excited for that. I love it in Tangled, and I'm sure I'll love it in this too. But all that comes back to the question of, why in the world would you make him your enemy? And so that's the question of, I don't know why he did this in the first place, and I don't know why he didn't just erase Xander's memories. I don't know why he's threatening him, as opposed to, like, actually doing something about it. But yeah, let's go back to your questions. So I so relate to you with, I just wasn't looking forward to summarizing the first story. I run into that problem a lot, or at least I have recently. It's kind of like I was talking about last week with my dance story, that it's like, I basically have to summarize all the intricacies that went into the dance before this point, and that's difficult to do and not super fun. I had to do it this week too with my my romantic story, and I had to explain, like, here's what the situation used to be, here's what it is now. And it's not always fun to do, because it's like, I have to devote a bunch of words to explaining the context, and I have to figure out how much context is too much context. And so I totally get not wanting to do that. Like I was kind of saying before, I think it really works personally, and I think somebody who is new to this story and doesn't know it as well as I do probably could answer that better. But I think it really worked. Like I said, like, you know, you could do it as two, but it makes perfect sense as an arc to me, going from, like, I loved her, she lost her memories, here's the guy who took the memories, time for revenge. That totally makes sense to me, and I'm kind of surprised at how much you were able to do in such a short amount of time. Which is, I think, the next question. So I think that I mostly addressed where the problems came in. Like I said, I'm surprised at how much you were able to do, and I think for the most part it's done pretty well. Again, people who don't know the universe could answer it better. But like I said, I think the main thing is, I do not feel like I saw the motivations at all. Like, I was actually very surprised that when I read this and saw you say, I tried to get across his motivation, I was like, you did? Because the main thing I was asking down there was why? Why is he doing this? But this you got down pat. This you did pretty dang well. And then going into that, so let's see. So yes, it comes across as Xander, please wreck this fool forever. For sure, is what I meant to say. The only thing that might make him seem cartoonish is that we don't know his motives. I do think if we knew his motives better, it would make him feel more grounded and real. As is, it feels like he is, like, the villain around the shoulder, being like, I'm the villain because I'm the villain. And that is that is a little bit cartoony. I would not have walked away from the story and, like, made a review without this comment. I wouldn't have walked away being like, my critique for him is he feels cartoonish. I don't think that ever would have come to my mind. I think that, going back down here, I think this line, I don't know how to describe it, but this line feels like, I guess, a little too on the nose to me, and so this line maybe feels a little cartoonish. But other than that, like, he definitely is Xander, please wreck this fool, for sure. And the other thing is, like, it also is Xander, please wreck this fool, because we see the impact to Xander. Not because we know what he's doing and why he's doing it and we want him to stop. It's because, no, we see how much it sucks for Xander, and we and for Vanessa too, even though she doesn't realize it sucks. And so we want him to wreck this fool. And as for the name, funny thing is, first time I heard the name Bruce, I thought that was the brother's name at first, and I was like, this is perfectly, like, normal, but, like, a bit hateable. It's like, oh, Bruce. So I feel like something like that, something like Clyde, or something like that. That's like a normal name like Bruce, but it's like that Clyde. I think wreck him for all time. Yeah, wreck him forever. Make him suffer for eternity. Yeah. Hello, my name is Bruce. Hi, Bruce. I'm also Bruce. Amazing. But yeah, so and I guess that is kind of your thing, right? As you like to give your phenomenally cosmically powerful characters very normal names, and so maybe that would just go in that vein. But I'm curious what your ideas are. If you're willing to share them, I'd be curious to comment on which ones I like the best. But let's see what folks have been saying. Yeah, a month later, when Xander shows up to the brother's house with a murder bot shaped like Vanessa, I wanted you to know it was me. Totally. Alright, let's go to the chat. Yeah, it's righteous anger is my intention. Dissa says, it read very confusing for someone who's not too familiar with these tales. That's very fair. Feel free to share some of the ways that it was confusing if there were ways that I didn't mention as well. Reidrev says, for Vanessa's brother, I don't really get his motivations other than screw Xander up. But yes, he sounds delightfully punchable. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I guess that's part of it, is that all you can infer is that he hates Xander. And the only reason that he would, he would keep his memories intact is because he wants Xander to suffer. Which seems like that's his motivations. But I still am left going, but why? But why does he hate Xander so much? Aw, that's too bad. It's too loud where Mako is. Arith, punch? I don't want to punch him. I want to hit him by the 2x4. That's great. Amazing. Marx is explaining the title as in the sin, the memories being stolen, actually burns. That said, it is a lyric from an album the story is based on. Oh, the story itself is based on an album? That's interesting. Gotcha. Let's just say kick him in the crotch repeatedly. Very fair. La 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 kick, la 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 kick. Mark says, it hasn't happened yet, but as far as the brother is concerned, it's inevitable. That being confusing is very fair. What's inevitable? Mark says, well, blocking memories means that they're still there. They can be recovered if the memories are taken out. They're just gone. Trying to rejog them damages the mind, but leaving that out makes sense. Gotcha. Interesting. So, let's go back down there. So it's because they're completely gone. If that's what he means when he says, I trigger those gaps in her memory. I guess I took trigger those gaps as in, yeah, those things she doesn't remember, but, maybe could show up again in her mind. But yeah, that makes sense that it's like, trying to rejog them damages the mind. But I'd still like to know what you mean by damages the mind, because again, like, all I want is for Xander to get those memories back or rekindle the relationship. And so, what does damage the mind mean? Well, bad as in her mind could completely break, so that's why he wouldn't try to establish a connection. Totally agree that I should have made it clear. So do you mean break as, like, she'll basically, like, be a vegetable? That she'll basically be catatonic or like, in a coma or something like that? or like she'll go insane, like she'll have to, be in an asylum basically. I don't know what this is referring to, but that's not far from the truth. He knows what he thinks is best for his sister. He thinks Bruce is a better match and Xander is beneath her. Wait, so he did this like really... That honestly gives me more questions, because it's like he did this really dangerous procedure that could, I assume the procedure itself could already break her mind. And so he attempted that. He was willing to attempt that. And he and does this to his sister, all because he thinks he has a better boyfriend for her. And then he makes an enemy and makes threats towards a technomage who's super powerful and doesn't erase his memories. Just because he hates him? Like, I feel like I need more information than that. It says, why not remove Xander's memory? Because you underestimate him, or you want him upset in order to distract him from your real plan. I mean, yeah, like that's true that he might not know what Xander is capable of. And I guess maybe you didn't have the words to convey that, but it would be helpful to have that conveyed somehow. Like, I guess Xander could at the end, when he's like being like, he'll pay, like, say something about, he has no idea what I'm capable of, or, he made an enemy of the wrong technomage or something like that, to convey, oh, he doesn't know what's going on here. Basically, he's massively underestimating what Xander can do. You made her good smelling flowers. Big deal. Gotcha. Okay, so unlike what I just did of like, oh, he can do these things for fun, don't let him weaponize it. He kind of did the opposite of like, oh, like, because there's just these little things for fun, he doesn't think that they're that powerful. Gotcha. I apparently really need to watch this Tangled series. That sounds amazing. It is amazing. It's great. He just says, the first season is great, the rest is not so much. I wouldn't say that season 2 and 3 are full-on bad, and there are things I really like about season 3, but I do agree that season 1 is phenomenal, and season 2 and 3 are good, but they also have their problems. Excuse me. Bruce cues Jaws music, yeah. Gotcha. Reginald and Kyle are the main ones, or Robert or Richard, if I want to make a joke of the short version of Richard. Yeah, you totally could do that. I like Kyle. Kyle is more what I was going for, of just like, Kyle, kind of thing. But yeah, the R ones totally work, and might feel like they fit a little better. I feel like they, but yeah, all of those work for sure. Yeah, as far as brother's concerned, Bruce is who's best for Vanessa. Well, her brother can go sit on attack. Yes, he's that petty. Interesting. Gotcha. Didn't Xander make Vanessa's... Oh, no. Make Vanessa's little brother a pocket Death Star / lightsaber? How does the older brother not know about that? He doesn't know everything it can do. R2-D2 Roomba, big deal. Gotcha. Well, that could be fun to see the actual conversation about that. That it's like, Xander is wrecking him, and then he's like, but all you could do is make cool flowers and stuff like that. How are you capable of this? That could be cool. But anyways, great story, Marx. Very much enjoying this universe. Well, once again, I'm asking for your questions. Hang on a sec. I had something of an idea. I had an idea of something like, what's something you see a lot of in the writing group that, like, you or what's something like you don't see a lot of in the writing group that you want to see more of, kind of thing. Like I often talk about, like, oh, like, we don't necessarily write a lot of sci-fi stories. Do you want to see more sci-fi stories, or that kind of thing? Just could be interesting to get people's brains going of like, oh, people want to see more of this, maybe I'll do that. But I don't know if that's interesting, so feel free to offer any questions that you might have. Sander, now reality can be whatever I want. Exactly.
Sneeze goes the kitty.
I have so much to write about that, about the question I just said. All right, that's a good reaction. That's a fine question. All right, that's a pretty big reaction. So that's enough for me. Let's see. How did I phrase it? What's something you don't see much in the writing group that you'd like to see more of? Yeah. Could be genres. Types of characters, types of stories, such as anything you want. So what's something you don't see much in the writing group that you'd like to see more of? Could be genres, types of characters, types of stories, such as dialogue heavy or setting heavy, anything you want. So very open-ended. Like, it can even be like, I want people to write more about snakes. You know, like, I don't see enough snake stories. Kind of thing. Oh yes, tropes. That's a great idea. Tropes, genres, tropes, types of characters, types of stories. It could even be like I guess maybe I'll give part of my answer right away. But I remember there's like I ended up not completing it, at least not yet, but I was going through the website and like posting the prompt intros to the older forums, and like Benji at one point in like around the Halloween time was like okay, like, we got a lot of dark stories last time. We can have another dark prompt. It's okay. But basically the idea of last one, guys, but like, here's another dark prompt. And then the next one, he was like, okay, like, you voted for another dark one. Like, all right, it's fine. You know, that kind of thing. And I'm like, I was sitting there looking at that and being like, that'll never end, Benji. And so that kind of thing too. That's definitely something I would agree with, that I would love to see more wholesome stories, because I feel like our brains are pretty dark, and that's totally fine. That can be fun as well, but I would love to see more stories on the actually fluffy end. So like that's an option too, of like the emotion of the story or the vibe of the story. Why am I like doing a dance? Doing the Rumpelstiltskin thing. But anyways. Aw, Mako, I try to write wholesome stuff whenever I can. That's fair. And I mean, I'm a culprit too, because I also write dark stuff. I also like the angst. Just kind of but answering the question of what I want to see more of, that is something I want to see more of. But anyways, I will see you guys in a bit. I need to pull up the music because I did not start with it. Here we go. Okie dokie. I'll see you guys in a little bit. have been looking through the the comments, and there's some great ones here. Alright, so let's start with the Discord chat. Massa says, something I thought of immediately was immersive stories, and that is really hard to pull off. I'm just as guilty. When you only have 350 words, one of the first things that gets cut is description, so that is hard to accomplish. One person that I know does a really good job of it, though, is Luna. Anyway, I may be asking a bit too much. Very fair, Luna does do a great job. Also, why do we have Flesh Horse in the chats? Is there lag happening? But yeah, I don't really know how to accomplish that, because I feel like the issue is, I guess I'd say that Lilladyeva did accomplish that for me earlier today, that that story includes a lot of setting details that make me feel very immersed in it, and yet it also manages to be what it is, and manages to have dialogue and action and stuff like that. So I guess maybe that's a template if that's what you're going for. But I feel like a lot of the time our struggle is either that's your whole story, it's just description, or you have to cut it all out because you need those words to tell the story. So, I mean, that could definitely be a challenge. I'll write it down, immersive, include setting. Eddie says, this might sound mean, but more standalone stories that don't rely on knowing the setting would be one for me. It's so common to write sequels and side stories and universes from previous stories that when I wrote a story where the only characters were him and her, I got comments asking if those were supposed to be Hades and Persephone, meaning there's almost an expectation to continue writing in the same universe, even when it's not denoted in the title. So, since I don't always stop to read too many stories, hyperactivity and all that, the end result is a feeling of, oh, I missed an episode. Now I don't know what's going on in the series when I drop into another story later on. So, I mean, that's fair, and, I think somebody says the opposite here in the public chat, and so that's totally fair if that's something that's frustrating to you or something that, you would prefer. And I just realized as I'm about to, I'll still ask this, but I realized as I'm about to ask this, you might have meant something different. But my question for that was going to be, how do we make them stand alone then? Because I think it's always everyone's intention to make their stories stand alone. And it can just be really hard to do that. And that's something that I kind of try to comment on in the streams and go, oh, hey, this made your story not stand alone, or this this required too much context, or this required more context, and that kind of thing. But I feel like for I mean, I said my praises and critiques for each of them, but I feel like Lilladyieva's story worked, even if you didn't read the previous one. And I feel like with Marx's, you can get, into the feeling of, oh, I feel, so bad for Xander, even if you don't really know what's going on. And then I commented on the parts of those stories that didn't work, and that kind of thing. And, same with Arith's as well. And so, that's always the goal. At least as someone who writes in an ongoing universe, it's always the goal to make them stand alone. We just don't always succeed. And so, if you know how to help us succeed in that, I would love to know more about how to make them stand alone better. But I realized right before I asked this that maybe what you meant is don't write in the universe. Don't not try to make the stories in the universe stand alone. You're wanting to see more one-offs. You're wanting to see more stories that are just their own thing, not part of a universe. And if so, that's fair, and I can't really argue against that or anything. That's completely fair. Well, so there are many things I'd like to see more occasionally in the writing group. Westerns, spy thrillers, historical fiction, epistolary fiction / diary entries. We all tend towards fantasy, horror, comedy, and some romance. Sci-fi is definitely rarer, especially hard sci-fi. I'll also second Eddie's comment. It's a bit easier for me because I'm more setting-minded than character-minded when writing for the writing group. It's why I've struggled to try out my new unrelated to the world's tree setting in a piece. That project is more storyline based, and I know it'll be confusing. No lag on my end. Oh, you mean you don't have as much trouble writing standalone stories or making them standalone because you focus more on the setting. That's interesting. Yeah, but that's a great point. And there's also something that you didn't mention in there that I would like to add: pirate stories. But yes, I'd love to see any of those things that we do tend to stick to: fantasy, horror, comedy, romance, and some sci-fi. Yeah, and that's a good point that I'm like, oh, we don't always write sci-fi. It's like, yeah, we write westerns less. I guess that's why Solo Adrian's story from a while back about Billy the Kid really stuck out to me, because it was a western. But, yep, totally agree about all of those. Yes, more pirates. Exactly. I think I say that every time, like, a pirate or mermaid story comes up. I'm like, I love those pirates and mermaids. Give me more pirates and mermaids and sirens, etc. Let's see here. So something that frustrated me was the one time I wrote a sci-fi story meant to be a day in the life of a mercenary in a soft sci-fi universe, and the criticisms I got were mostly about it not being scientifically accurate. I think each person comes from a different background in terms of preference. It's hard to showcase if it's soft or hard sci-fi in 3 to 50 words or less. That's a good point, yeah. And I think people are... that can be a struggle because different people have different minds, and people have different suspensions of disbelief, and mine is quite high, and so I can generally be like, oh yeah, like maybe that doesn't make logical sense, but I don't care, I'm having a good time. And then other people will be like, no, this really bothers me, like I can't get into the story because this logically doesn't make sense. And so that could have been a part of the issue there, that like, you're getting people who are like, this isn't, what did you say about it? Scientifically accurate. They were like, that they're more scientifically minded and going, this isn't scientifically accurate. I guess in that case, like, I do wonder if you had been clear that it was a soft sci-fi universe, if those people would have still made those comments just because that's how their brain works. Then maybe their brain isn't as wired for soft sci-fi, but it's definitely, I don't know. I don't really have a moral to the story. It's just a thing I've noticed. But I'm sorry you didn't get the comments that you wanted on that particular day. Remaking the stories more standalone. I don't want to point fingers, but from time to time I see stories that assume we know characters' backgrounds and quirks, going for more indirect nods to those characteristics in new stories than repeating direct descriptions. Like, say, one story introduces Bob the Vampire, but then the next story just make nods about Bob being pale and having a cloak. Yeah, those are vampirical characteristics, but they don't necessarily explain what is going on in the new story. I'd be curious to know more of what you mean by that, because I feel like it might be a sense of, like, I get what you're saying, but maybe the example wasn't the best, because I don't feel like you need to know what a character... Like, I often talk about, you don't need to know what the characters look like, sort of thing. We need to know who Bob the Vampire is more than what Bob is wearing, But, like, so let me think for a second. Because, like, I have so many thoughts going through my head from that. Because, so thought one is, like, if you have a description of a character and you repeat that character for every story that you write for the writing group, well, you're not going to have regular readers because they're all going to get tired of you repeating the same description. And so it's like, I totally get being like, okay, these stories need to stand alone, and so if you described who they were in your introduction to them, you probably should describe who they are now because it's somebody's introduction to them. But at the same time, I feel like that, I guess for me, like, I do my best to make my story stand alone, and I'm always asking, like, are newcomers going to be confused by this? How do I make it less confusing? Where were your issues in that regard? But if I have to lean one way or another, I'm going to cater to my regular readers, because these are the people who are, like, reading me and reviewing me every week. And of course I want newcomers to read me, and of course I want them to have a good time and enjoy the story and not be confused by it. But if I have to pick one, I'm gonna pick the people who are dedicated to me. And so in that case, in the sense of like, I'm not gonna repeat the same description over and over again, because I don't want to lose my regular readers. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, I get what you're saying of like, if you're like, how do I want to describe this? That, in the sense of like, here's Bob the vampire, and like in your first story you're like, okay, this is what Bob is like, here's what you need to know to understand the story here and understand Bob. And it's like, all right, I understand Bob. And then the next story you're like, this character did this thing, and then all the regular readers are like, that's our Bob. And then anybody who's new is like, this character did what now? Why? You know, I totally get it in that regard. But I also feel like another thing that I was thinking about reading that is that there's a sense of like, because you were using like physical description as an example. Like, you can have a character and just have a physical description that denotes, oh yeah, this is that character, without like alienating newcomers, if that makes sense. I feel like you can have it be like, oh yes, this person wore these wizard's robes and stuff like that, and like anyone who knows the story, or no, it would be this person wore this cloak and it was like red at the bottom. We're like, that's Bob. But anybody who doesn't know would just go like, oh yeah, here's our guy in a cloak. And as long as like we don't need to know it's Bob to understand the story, I think that cloak detail works. I think it works as like, okay, that's a nod for people who know the story, but for people who don't, it doesn't detract. It's just like, oh yeah, here's Bob. Here's this cloak wearing dude. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Wait, what's going on? Did something go wrong, or is it only going wrong on Mako's end? Yeah, totally. Eddie says, maybe using epithets to help. Like when I introduce Pasithea in a story as goddess of hallucinations, and folks in the comments are like, oh, I get it. Would not have understood without that bit. Yeah, that's a perfect idea. And actually, we're going to kind of talk about that in the next story. But yeah, that totally could be great. That's saying like, oh yeah, Pasithea. Everybody knows who that is, and then newcomers are like, I don't know who that is. But if you're like, the goddess of hallucinations walked in, everybody will be like, newcomers will be like, okay, and regular readers will be like, yep, that's Pasithea, for sure. Massa says, I admit there are a few stories where I won't bring up that Erica is an orc, because a lot of the times it's not necessary to know. So it probably comes as a surprise to people who found out she isn't human when it comes up. So I get it. I was surprised the first time. I was like, oh, she's an orc? But I think that's also a good thing to do. It kind of goes back to, should you tell us she's a cat girl, from Mako's story for last week, that in that story, it was not relevant that she was a cat girl, and so it wasn't brought up. And so that's definitely something that's good to keep in mind, that it's like, is this larger universe thing important to bring up? And of course, sometimes it can be hard to tell because you're too close, but especially getting like beta readers and stuff like that, they can help you go, no, I think you can leave that off, or like, actually, that's really important to note this time.
Kitty, you want out? Okay.
All right. Let's see what folks have been saying in the stream chat. Lilladyeva says, for what I want to see more of, I know I personally have been trying to experiment with writing more realistic real-life stories, maybe even personal anecdotes. Very fair. That's kind of what I've been saying in these past few streams, that I've been enjoying those realistic stories and would love to see more of them too. Reinkarnitor, a challenge to make an absolutely wholesome prompt title into something terrible. My dude, that's not a challenge. That's not a challenge for this group. The challenge would be the opposite. Make something that, just makes you want to do something horrible and angsty into something fluffy and wholesome. Then again, I feel like when things are extreme, people will go to extremes. And so I guess the challenge is more, as a baseline, as neutral, go something wholesome. Because I totally feel like people have done that, where it's like a horrible, terrifying prompt, and people do something wholesome. And there's a wholesome prompt, and people do horrible things with it. So yeah, I think the real challenge would be neutral prompt. I know your baseline is to go to darkness, but do wholesome things. Mako said, honestly though, maybe I'm just dead tired, but I can't really think of anything but stuff that's fun. Wait, what about more people writing in an ongoing universe? It'd be nice to be able to become more invested in more characters. Yeah, so this was the answer that's the opposite of what Eddie said, that you'd like to see more people write in ongoing universes. So I think that that does show that we have people on both sides of the spectrum, and so some people are like, there's a little too many, and it does make sense, because I think Mako is someone who reads people's stories every week, and as Eddie was saying, Eddie's not necessarily someone who reads them every week, and so maybe for somebody who's regularly reading them, it's like, I want something regular, I want an ongoing universe, and for somebody who pops in from time to time, it's like, I could stand less of the ongoing universes. Kansas says, simply dragons. That is fantastic. Always good to see more dragons. Mark says, well, I for one see a disturbingly small, one might say. Let's restart. Well, I for one see a disturbingly small, one might say non-existent, stories with jellyfish and the bags they call home. Seriously, though, I do really enjoy the prompts that are in jokes. There's this extra layer of fun to them. I do agree, it is fun when with the flesh horse and stuff like that. And we have never gotten "Yo, I'm a moth" as a prompt, but that would be fun as well, especially because of the new name and everything, but I love that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Mako. Give me the jellyfish. I know what you're talking about there. That's interesting. Reidrev says, what I lack are normal moments. Not necessarily fun or wholesome, but not big or important either. I know stories are supposed to have a point. We're all excited to share the vengeance, the triumph, the reunion, etc. In 350 words, it's near impossible to send all those emotions through. Find tiny normal moments more effective and simple, and better to set up characters for an ongoing narrative. Ooh, that could be a fun challenge too. I'll say mundane moments. That's a really good point, and something I'll have to consider, because I feel like I run into that trap, I guess, where I'm always thinking I gotta write something big and cool that people are gonna be excited about, not a Tuesday. That's a good point, that a Tuesday can potentially be better for 350 words and might stand alone better and convey the characters better and everything, for sure. The bag jellyfish will win one day. The flesh horse commands it so. Well, I guess I will note that, and it didn't win. It didn't even get top 3, as far as I know. And so I think because it's been consistently not winning, I'm not gonna keep submitting it as my guaranteed prompt, my transformed prompt. I can still submit it as just in the list of prompts. But if people aren't into it enough to make it win or even make it get second, then I feel like it's not worth it to keep using my guaranteed on that. But if you guys are like, please, no, I will vote for it next time, then let me know. Also note, I haven't the slightest clue what I'll do for that prompt. It's already won. It's written in the stars. We just await that truth to become today. Amazing. Lilladyeva seems to be agreeing with Eddie. I was actually thinking less in-universe stories and more one-shots. Making a consistent universe that can create standalone stories is difficult. It can mess me up that people don't remember. I'm not sure what you mean by that second part. But Wolf, I always vote for jellyfish in a bag. Fair. So yeah, you're agreeing that you'd like to see more one-offs. Gotcha. Reidrev says, "Ooh, I feel that, but I will stay with my answer for normal moments simply because there's less pressure and less necessary context I feel in everyday happenings." Very fair. Like I said, that could be an easier way to write in an ongoing universe, but have it work, a little bit better as the mundane moments. Marx says, maybe making a new spin-off of the extended universe. That way those of us who want to write in the same universe technically can, but with new characters. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Like, I mean, I know what like a spin-off is, but I don't know what you're addressing. I'm very quiet. Oh no, sorry. Oh, interesting. Corian says, I'd also like to see more stuff similar to Studio Ghibli, cozy fantasy. I know that we see it here. This is something I want to write more myself. I'll write that down too. But yeah, that's a good point, that we like our horrific fantasy, but what about cozy fantasy? Like that story that Boople wrote about, like the raven in the old witch's house, that sort of thing. Oh, interesting. Death says, you know what? I'd like to see more collaboration. For one, it would be neat to see other authors take a crack at writing one another's characters, a setting. For second, letting one another critique rough drafts would help make the published tale stronger. Feel free to take or leave this idea. Go ahead and do that. Like, I don't know if you guys would prefer to have... Well, I was going to say, I don't know if you guys would prefer to have a rough draft forum, but that's kind of what you have in the writing workshop. I don't know if having, like, a rough draft forum inside of the writing group section would feel different to you and would encourage you more in a different way. But that is something I could do and, like, make a place for it. Just see Boople. You remember that? Why? Because it was dang cute. Because it was great. I loved it. And also because I have a good memory. I also think it's extra funny that I didn't even know you were here. You were just lurking in the background like, wait. Oh, incredible. But yeah, so that first part of like writing each other's universes and stuff, I've often thought of like the idea of making that either a Secret Santa or like one of the special prompts, basically, that it's like, I think making that a challenge is like it's too big of a thing to do, I think, to make it just like a challenge, an addendum. So I think it would have to be like an event of some sort, be it like the redo a prompt, Mr. Prompt thing, or be it in like a Secret Santa that you write in the universe of whoever you got. But I like that too. I have done that, and anybody can choose to do that in any week if they want, but I have done that before, and it has been very fun each time, and that would be, it's always great to see how different people, write each other's universes. And then, yeah, like, even if I don't make, like, a forum for it, you guys can totally post, like, your Google Docs in the writing group chat and stuff like that. Next April Fools. That's so long, though. You guys are like, jellyfish for next April Fools? It's for next April Fools? I'm like, my guys, that's a year. I don't know if I can wait a year. But anyways, And then Marx agrees. Collaborations or crossovers would be cool, actually. Yeah, crossovers would be another question that crossovers would be combining the universes instead of like writing about each other's separately. Corian says, I think that sounds fun, but I don't know enough of others' characters in order to pull it off. Yeah, that is the danger of it, especially if it was like a prompt or something, is that like either some people won't feel like they know enough about each other's universes to write in them, or like you'll have to do research, and maybe that's a little too time consuming for that week. I don't know if it like I don't know if that was like a prompt or something like that. If it would work better to just be like, be free, do whoever you want, as opposed to like assigning them. But that could help, with feeling like, okay, I feel comfortable writing in this universe because I chose what universe to write in. But it could have the problem of everybody writing in one, and then people not feeling like appreciated because they didn't get their universe written about, whereas a Secret Santa would guarantee. So I don't know. There's issues and dangers, but also fun. I guess as we're talking about it, maybe it would be best as a challenge. Maybe it would be better as just like an optional thing to do if you can and you want to, kind of thing. Kansas. Kaylee's really dying for a pirate story. Me too, Kaylee. Me too. Exactly. I mean, come on, guys. Bring me that horizon. I am shocked that one is always low, because I'm like, but the pirates, though. Prompt: universal musical chairs trade universes with someone. Gosh, that would be a nightmare to organize. Yeah, that is part of the concern. I mean, I guess maybe I can't say this about myself, but I think I'm pretty good at organizing stuff like that. Like, I love organizing events and everything. So I think if like, especially if it's a Secret Santa and not a prompt, I don't think I could do it in a single week. But if it's like a Secret Santa that I had like a month to organize or something like that, then I probably could have people say like, I can write in this person's universe, I can write in this person's universe, and hopefully pair people up. Imagine Challenger, it has to be a mundane piece like an office. Yeah, exactly. I did write that down. Gotcha. Miko opened the stream and it was paused on his end. Ghoulish says, I say that as someone who's done a universe swap. Ghoulish says, mainly because of the 3 universe swaps I've done, only one person has written in my worlds other than me, and 2 others dropped out. Aww. Dang. But yeah, that is part of the concern, like I was saying, that like if people can choose, then you might not get your universe written about. And I guess that is the issue of Secret Santas too, that people do drop out of Secret Santas. Jellyfish seem like a wonderful aesthetic to write in. Amazing. Kansas says, I gotta go pack. We're moving soon. Have a good rest of the stream, everyone. Oh, now I'm curious where you're moving to. But yes, I hope you have a good day. I take that challenge. Which challenge? The like writing each other's universes thing. So I would say that if I ever do like make this a challenge or make it an actual like sanctioned event or something like that, you have to make sure people are okay with it first, because I don't think everybody will be okay about writing in each other's universes or somebody writing in their universe. And also, sometimes people will be like, okay, you can write about my universe, but I have some caveats, like I don't like when people write about this character or something like that. So you have to make sure people are okay with it first. Get consent. I need to finish making that intro to my universe collection. I've got like 100 more stories since I started. That could be interesting. I don't know how we can make it work, but it'd be kind of interesting if we had like a channel for here's your intro to people's universes. I guess it would be like a forum channel of like intro to universes. So if you want to get into a certain writer's universe, you can just go to that channel and read about the background of the universe and stuff like that. Granted, as we've been saying, they should stand alone, so you shouldn't have to. But it just could be a fun thing for, like, if you want to, you can go learn about their universes, and you don't have to, like, go through a backlog of, hundreds of stories to figure anything out. Like, it'd be fun for an event. Like, if we get more than 1 week, we could organize the swapping more efficiently. Very fair. Always down to seeing what people do with my character's universe, Mako says. Nice. Alright. Well, this has been a great conversation. Let us go on to Nice Day's story. Lovely to see you back, Nice Day. It's a nice day to see Nice Day. As far as I know, only Nice Day and Reidrev have been unlocked, so if you'd like to unlock more stories, make sure you cheer during the praise and during the reading and the praise or critique. Let's start this timer. Torch by Nice Day. Terrence ran a nervous finger over the mission patch at his shoulder. Nothing like this had been attempted before. Not on Luna or Mars, not even ferocious Venus. It would be humanity's crowning achievement. His crowning achievement. Terrence had chosen the solitude of the observation bubble over the tumult of the command deck from which to view his unfolding triumph. With the lights dimmed to eliminate reflections, he gazed down at the world below. Tidally locked, Ross 128B's dayside boasted an uninterrupted forest analog of towering living structures, a blanket of muted green that ended at the Terminator, where a perpetual storm marked the boundary of eternal night. It was a world entirely alien, entirely untouched. On the command deck, Commander Shen would be counting down to launch. Terrence checked his watch, then pushed away from the handrail and drifted until his fingertips met with the cool surface of the canopy. Once stationary, he raised his wrist once more and counted down silently to midday, ship's time. A shudder ran through the hull as Prometheus freed itself of the ceramic cocoon in which it had dreamed away the 8-year journey from Earth. Seconds later, its bullet-like form coasted into view, its ion drive a sharp blue-white halo at its rear. The drive flared, and Prometheus raced away, shrinking to a point as it made for the verdant heart of 128B. For long minutes, nothing. A flash, small, almost lost against the bulk of the planet, and a ring of livid orange bloomed from Prometheus's point of contact. Out and out it spread, forming a widening boundary around a great tract of scorched earth that in mere hours would expand to cover the entire world. All life would be scoured away, from the upper atmosphere right down to the deepest bedrock, and in 6 months, Ross 128B would be ready for terraforming. What an achievement. Terrence reached for his mission patch, stitched with the logo of TerraCorp Inc. He'd be on the board in no time. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Okie dokie. So, here's our sci-fi story of the week. That was fun to see. It was nice to see you go a different direction with this prompt. Oh, is that a gif of that happening in another? Yeah, it totally is. What is that from? But, is that another one too? So anyways, I'll preface a preamble by saying that, I really like the premise of the story and the ideas of it. And, like, it's basically one of those stories where, like, the surface level reading, I really, well, maybe it's not that exactly, but, like, reading it based on just, like, the premise and not going too deep into it, I really like it. But there are quite a few little things that end up tripping me up about it. So, the things I liked about it, I really like this image of somebody doing this horrifying evil act and treating it like, this is a victory, this is a crowning achievement. And so watching the world burn, literally, and then thinking it's this beautiful achievement. I really like this idea, and I really like that use of the prompt. That I think a lot of us went for carrying the flame as a good thing, and so using it as a bad thing, like we carried the flame, the thing that would destroy this planet, with us for 8 years, and now it's here, now it's time. I really like that idea a lot. And the image is great. Like, speaking of immersive, well, I do have some problems with the setting, but the general image of, somebody, as I said, like up here, watching the world burn, it's so callous, and I like that a lot. Oh, kitty cat. Good girl. All right. But I guess what I will start with is that I actually had a very similar critique for this story that I did for Marx's, which is, it's not that one. Is it this one? It is this one. Which is that I feel like, and you guys can disagree if you did not run into this, but with Marx's story, I talked about how, like, we want Xander to go try to jog her memory or create new memories. And so, speaking of it vaguely isn't enough. We need to actually fully know why he can't do that. And in this case, it's a similar situation, but it's a situation of, we need to know why they need to destroy the planet and burn all life on it. And so, like, from back here, like I said, I like the idea of just how callous it is. And in my initial reading, it didn't, to be honest, I think this bothered other people more than me, but I totally get why it bothered people. And I do think it's a very worthy critique. But yeah, like, reading it from up here, I was just able to be interested in the fact that, that they're destroying this planet and calling it beauty, kind of thing. You want out, kitty? But there is this question of, why did you need to destroy it? Like, I get that you're an evil corporation that doesn't care about life on the planet. But there's also this element of, there could be things that would be helpful to the company there. There could be things of monetary value in this planet. And so the story doesn't really answer why it's necessary to wipe out all life. And maybe it isn't necessary, and maybe that's the point. But even if that's the case, I feel like that should be answered as well. And this is the story that has the Avatar comment. So, well, I wrote down Avatar. This is Blue People Avatar, not Avatar: The Last Airbender. So in Avatar, there is a resource on Pandora, unobtainium. And that's why humanity is going to this planet and destroying it, because they want the unobtainium. And of course, the native people of the planet are like, what the heck are you doing? We don't like this. And so, like, that's kind of what I'm thinking about here, that it's like, okay, yeah, you're destroying all the native people who would fight against your rule. You're also destroying the unobtainium. Like, you're also destroying anything that could have been useful. There might have been, like, this rock that is 1,000 times more valuable than gold, and you just destroyed it. Or you might have found a rock that's 10 times stronger than a diamond, and you just destroyed it. And so there are things that even an evil corporation would want out of a planet, and would be reason not to destroy it all the way down to the bedrock. And so I feel like that is a really big question of this story that isn't quite answered enough. And I guess I'll talk about the next biggest thing about the story while I'm on this train. I think the next biggest question that is not answered that I feel like should be is we don't know what his job is and what his relationship to Prometheus is. Because I read this story that he was basically like a manager, that he's like a leader. He's not all the way up at the board, and he's not even the captain of the ship, but he's like basically the overseer of the project. That's kind of how I read it, because that's what he's doing. He's overseeing the project, and he's got his patch, and he's like, yes, here I am, looking at what our company is doing. And somebody else that I talked to was thinking, oh, he's the inventor. He's the inventor of Prometheus, and that's why he's so invested. And I think both of those could work, and other things could work as well, but neither are clear, and they create very different readings of the story. Because to me, like I said, I'm just reading him as this overseer, this leader. That's I think part of why I got such a callous reading of the story, right? That he just seems like, yes, the overseer who's like, destroy the planet, I don't care, kind of thing, because, there's an ad, and the kitty went bye-bye, so I can't show her to you. I guess I can check if she's at the door.
Hi. You wanna come here? She went the other way. Baby. Kitty. I don't think you know yourself. I think you'd be at the door the minute I closed it. I think that's the case. Angel kitty.
I don't know why the camera isn't adjusting.
Oh, Minky. What are you doing?
All right. Seems like the ad break has ended. Kitty. So whether you see him as an overseer or an inventor, and those are just two options, it very drastically changes how you read it, because and I was talking about the overseer option. And so for me, like, that last line about the board is what really cinches my view of, like, he's just like this manager, leader, overseer position. He doesn't really care about the invention. He doesn't care about the planet. He only cares about furthering his career. He just wants to be at the top. That's all he cares about. But inventors tend to not care about that kind of thing. And that's not to say that's true of every inventor. Some will, but if he's the inventor, it makes a lot of sense why he thinks this is his crowning achievement, because he made it. But I don't understand why he would want to be on the board, because inventors tend to be people who like to work with their hands. They like to use their brains. They like to be in the nitty-gritty of things. They don't really like being on the board. And actually, the board usually stifles them. So they don't usually care about being like, yes, I want to be the manager of the company, the overseer of everything, that kind of thing. And especially because he feels so callous. Like, to me, I feel like, and that could just be his personality, but that's also why, I felt like he was the overseer, is because I feel like an inventor would be like, it worked! Like, I can't believe it! My invention worked! Kind of thing. But yeah, so anyway, so those are just two readings out of, and it's potentially other people in the comments might be saying, I read him as something totally different right now, but those are two readings that are vastly different, and I don't feel like the story confirms or denies either of those readings. And so I feel like knowing who is he to this project, what are his motives regarding this project, would be extremely helpful in a better understanding and getting invested in the story. But let's, I think, start going through it. Torch is a really interesting name for the story because, of course, I initially thought of like holding up a torch, but it means the planet is torched. I like that. I like the image of him, running his finger over the mission patch. That really mirrors the end very well, that this is all about the company. This is about the mission. This isn't really about any specifics. That kind of thing. I like the detail that nothing like this had been attempted before. I kind of wanted more of that. I wanted more like, I can't believe it. No one's ever done it, and we did it. that kind of thing. But I do like that. So this line here, so I do really like it. I really like it. Like, it hasn't happened on Luna or Mars or even ferocious Venus, and I like it with that adjective too. So I really like the sentence. But it reads a little odd to me when it says Luna, because Mars and Venus are names that we in our day and age use and know. We don't call the moon Luna. I mean, yes, like Luna is like a synonym and is something you might call like a personification of the moon kind of thing. But day to day, we say the moon, Mars, Venus. And so it adds a strange clunkiness to the sentence to me to go, Luna, new thing to call the moon. Mars, thing we're familiar with. Venus, thing we're familiar with. So, especially with the two M's next to each other, I think this sentence would work better as not on the moon, not on Mars, nor even ferocious Venus. I think that would work better for me, personally. I really like his crowning achievement. That's a great way to start the story. Like, and that's really interesting. This isn't something I think about much, but I think, especially because you only have 3 to 50 words, personalizing the stories, I think really helps it get easier to get invested. And maybe that's just me liking characters, prioritizing characters in my emotional ranking of things that get me into a story. But going like, yeah, this would be humanity's crowning achievement. I'm like, okay, cool. But when you say this will be his crowning achievement, I sit up a little straighter. I'm like, okay, I'm more interested, especially because humanity's crowning achievement is more hyperbolic. I'm like, we'll see about that. And then his crowning achievement, that's more subjective. And I'm like, okay, maybe it is your crowning achievement. I'll listen to this. Why is it your crowning achievement? So I like that a lot. So I think I might, cat.
I think I might, cat.
I think I'll come back to the observation bubble thing.
Kitty. Yeah, there you go.
So this is one of those things that might not bother anybody else, but it really bugs me personally. So I'm very aware of what it's like to have a planet that is tidally locked and has eternal day and eternal night. Because that is what the planet is like in my world. And the only reason that my planet is livable is because of magic. Because my world is a fantasy world, not a sci-fi world. And so... and I have looked into there are real planets that are like that and stuff too. But the thing is that if you have a planet that's eternally locked and tidally locked and has a day side and a night side, the day side will be scorchingly hot. It will melt the flesh off your bones because it's never not in the sun. It's never in the dark. The night side will have snow and ice and cold beyond what is livable. And so that would not change with terraforming. Maybe if the atmosphere is not oxygen, the atmosphere isn't something you can breathe, maybe terraforming can change that. Terraforming's not going to change the fact that it has a day side and a night side, and it is thus unlivable. And the thing is, you say that it has a forest, and of course my first question is, how would it have a forest? That doesn't seem possible to me. But my second question is, okay, if it does have a forest, that would make those trees integral to living there. Like, how did I phrase it here? If there are trees that are somehow there, it would make their unique capabilities 1,000% necessary in order to live there. Like, you would have to at least learn about them, like take a piece of them back to the ship and like study it to figure out how to live there. Again, regardless if you terraform it later, you need to know the secret of these trees. Kitty.
What? Where are you? What is it? What? Are you in the closet? Yes, you are. What are you doing?
She sounded like she was outside the door, and I was like, I thought you were inside. No, she's sitting in the closet meowing to herself. Baby. So yeah, like those, it would be not just like a bad idea to kill the planet. It would be fatal to destroy the planet because you could not live there. And so I know that this is like a little thing that just barely gets mentioned, but that's honestly part of why it bugs me. Because it didn't need to be mentioned. Like, if you had just mentioned, oh, that's just a planet. Like, oh, yeah, it's just a planet. It's got pretty trees. We're killing them all. I'd be like, all right, I'm on board. But the fact that you chose to mention that puts, like I said, like I was talking about, that this is one of those situations where I have too much context. And because you mentioned this, I'm asking questions I shouldn't be asking and making critiques that I don't need to be making, because it would be so easy to simply not talk about that, simply not pick a planet that is tidally locked and just pick one that that is just a normal planet with some trees and stuff like that. But anyways, I do like aside from my like issues with it, I do like the way you describe it. I do especially like the ending here, especially because when you first read it and you don't know what's coming, it's like, oh, it's alien and untouched and beautiful. Bam! You know, I like that a lot. So this part here, this was another part, one of those small things that really tripped me up a lot. So here you say that he's in the observation bubble. We don't really know what that means. So it says he had chosen the solitude of the observation bubble over the tumult of the command deck from which to view his unfolding triumph. So we can kind of infer that the observation bubble is the observation deck of the ship. But it could also be maybe a bubble outside the ship, that it's like, I could have stayed inside the ship at the command deck and watched, but I decided to go out to our observation bubble out in space and stuff like that. We don't know what observation bubble means. We don't know exactly where this person is, but we can at least infer from command deck that there is a ship somewhere. And so then when it says, a shudder ran through the hull as Prometheus, I'm assuming, okay, we're getting the name of the ship. Prometheus is the name of the ship. Shudder ran through the hull as the ship we're on freed itself from the ceramic cocoon. Okay, the ship had a ceramic cocoon, interesting, in which it had dreamed away the 8-year journey from Earth. Okay. Seconds later, its bullet-like form coasted into view. Wait, what? I thought we were talking about the ship we're on. The ship we're on is coming into view? Is that what the observation bubble's about? Like, we're outside and the ship's coming into view? What's going on here? And I feel like it is quite simply the fact that you didn't name the ship and you are naming the device that is the culprit. I think if you said, a shudder ran through the hull as the weapon freed itself from the ceramic cocoon, or if you don't want to reveal that it's a weapon, you could say, a shudder ran through the hull as the device freed itself from the ceramic cocoon. And you could still say Prometheus here, and hopefully we will be able to know, okay, Prometheus is the device. But I think, you know, one of the best fixes would be name the ship. Name the ship earlier and say, Taryn had chosen the solitude of ship name, apostrophe S, observation bubble. I think that would help a lot, but the fact that it has not been mentioned made me very confused as to what's going on, because it hasn't been mentioned that there's a weapon or they're carrying any sort of device earlier or anything like that. And this could work as the introduction, as long as it's, doesn't have the confusion that I mentioned. I do like the name Prometheus, though. As I mentioned in the prompt intro, Prometheus is one of the first places my mind went to for this prompt. And this is kind of a horrifying, butchering of Prometheus's memory, because, Prometheus stole fire from the gods, and as far as I know, in some myths, he also created mankind. And so this is basically going, we're bringing fire from the gods and we're creating, a space for mankind to live. But instead of it being I took this good thing and brought it to humanity and was punished for it, it's oh, we're going to destroy you in the process. We're going to, bring this here for humanity, but we're going to destroy everything else. And so I do think that's kind of a neat little thing. And then I like the image. I really like the ring of livid orange. I think that's a really cool image, especially because, you wait for a second, it's not happening, and then boom. I think that's so cool. I am curious how I was meant to read this, because I couldn't help but read this as very dry every time I practiced it, as just and in 6 months, Ross 128B would be ready for terraforming. What an achievement. There's no emotion in that. And I'm curious if that was the intention. If that was the intention, I think you did great at that. But if not, I think I would, at least add an exclamation point. If not, put this in italics to have it seem like it's in his thoughts, what an achievement, kind of thing. But you could do more with it too, like I was saying, if he is the inventor, that he could be my invention worked, and instead of what an achievement. But especially the dryness of the what an achievement, that's also part of what makes him feel like this very callous and uninvested overseer character, is wow, that was neat. The world is going up in flames and you've destroyed entire races and animals and plants and everything, and you're just what an achievement. I will be on the board in no time. Kind of thing. And then it's kind of neat that you bring it back to the beginning, he runs his finger over the mission patch, and then you tell us what the logo is. It's kind of cool that
Kitty boo, run out. Wow.
It's kind of cool because you might think at the beginning, oh, this is he's an adventurer in the stars on a mission. It's the Boy Scout patch, wow, I have a mission. But down here, when you hear it's for a company, then you realize what the deal is, that this is this callous, company thing. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, I didn't think about this before, and I might just be completely ignorant as to how companies work and are started, but so I actually forgot that the first paragraph says it hadn't been attempted before, and that's part of why I was kind of saying I'd love that to be a little bit more emphasized, because it's so small that my brain ended up being able to forget it, because I think the problem is that when I heard it was a company, I was oh, this company does this all the time, because it's a company. Surely, the company wouldn't create themselves, create this whole company around terraforming when they don't even know if they can terraform. But I might just not know how companies work, or maybe this company already existed for other purposes, and they're yes, we will take your invention and we will try to use it, kind of thing. But because it's never been done before, it's a little odd to me that he's part of this company that seems to have be doing this as a company and having done this many times. But I also don't know if it could be like, this is the start of the company. Like, the company hasn't been revealed to the world yet. Oh, but, this is, maybe that's why he's running his hand over. It's like, yeah, the company's getting started, boys. Kind of thing. But anyways, let's see what folks have been saying. Wolf says, contrasting this to another inventor, specifically Dicker Addison from the Generation of Danger. Yeah, no, people who make things usually just want people to acknowledge that they worked on a thing. They generally don't want to go up the corporate ladder. It's more of a cubicle worker deal. Thanks. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Space veranda. Gotcha. So the that makes sense. Yeah, that it could be like a balcony, but there's a bubble to keep you safe. I like that image. You totally do. I seriously need to either draw or commission someone to draw Domingo and Enrique. That's great. Prometheus. I never said how I'd bring the fire. Totally. Nice. Ghoulish. Well, that's ambitious. Nice. Reidrev says, I really, really love this one. From the lovely language used to describe everything, the genuine awe and pride of Tarrant, the lovely description of the forest, and the horrible twist. Nice, nice. It says, burning the rainforest to make way for grazing lands, even though those plants might have medicinal value far in excess of what the cattle would be worth, is something that happens in real life. That's fair. That is fair. I don't know what Arith and Mako are talking about there. Reidrev says, I honestly didn't mind the lack of detail on the justification for the terraforming. It allows us to guess and to ask ourselves, would anything be worth this destruction? Which wouldn't be asked if we knew exactly the goals or the means. Interesting. I guess, it's a little bit of that, but it's also, I want to know why they'd even do it. It's not just, was it worth it? Because I doubt that I would walk away going it was worth it. But I want to know why they thought it was worth it, kind of thing. Why they would do it. Mako says, I tried to put myself in the mind of a greedy corporation, and it still just came to me there could be so much to plunder on that planet that was just carbonized. Yeah, exactly. Like I was saying, there's, even if you're an evil corporation, there are totally reasons for an evil corporation that an evil corporation should want to keep it as is. And so, or not necessarily keep it as is, but at the very least look for what's on there and if there's anything of value before destroying it. It says, kudos for naming the planet using the current system of astronomy. Ross 128b, A being the closest planet to the star, then B being the second closest, etc. So Earth is Sol C. Interesting. I'm not sure I fully understand that, but neat. It says, I believe Ross 128 is a real star. Neat about the fantasy world that's tidally locked. Thanks. So it says, a planet of a tidally locked world could be of a distance from its star, that the scorching heat side will only heat it enough to make it livably warm if the world is really far away from its star. That's true, too, about the trees. They are interesting. Sure. What if you stuck big rockets in it and made it pain? I don't know what you mean. I can't let you destroy this planet. It's where I keep all my stuff. Interesting. I've never heard of the never tilting world. Nego says, you can maybe set up mirrors to at least make the night side more habitable. Maybe. If you can burn a whole planet at least and terraform it from scratch. Very fair. Yeah, maybe I'm pretty sure, granted, I think I've said before, I'm not the best at research, but I'm pretty sure I've done research, and everything I saw said, like, no, it cannot be livable. And I could be wrong, like, you might be right, that, okay, if it's nice and far, maybe it's okay. Because I could see that working, but I don't remember ever seeing anything like that. And I say that because I feel like if I had seen that, I would have implemented that into my world, but I didn't, so I didn't. Let's see. It says that with mirrors you could reflect away light to cool the hot side of the planet too. Really, the only reason to do what they did is that life on the planet is somehow dangerous to even come into contact to humans, like deadly bacteria, etc. Exactly. Interesting. It says, or you could even deconstruct a planet and use it for materials to build many space stations and create O'Neill cylinders and hold way more people and wildlife in natural appearing landscape. Exactly, yeah. Even if you're like, we're going to take these resources and use them on other planets, you can still use those resources and make a ton of money off of that. Yeah, exactly. Tarrant be like, oh yes. Anyway. Suddenly think of the Alien franchise and Wayland Utani. Sci-fi corporations do be making dumbass decisions. Fair. To be fair, there's a real-life company that made a submarine to go down to the Titanic, and that did not go well. I'm not sure exactly how that's related, because that's more of like, we want to either observe this or salvage stuff from it. Like, they had good goals. It just didn't go well. Exactly, Mako. So wait, we have to build the entire landscape from bedrock? That's gonna cost us quintillions to develop. You're fired. Exactly, yeah. Even if you do want to destroy it, you could take all the resources out, make a ton of money off of whatever you make out of those resources, and then you can remake it. But just destroying it, it's like, why? Yeah, exactly. Maybe if we sacrifice enough billionaires to the ocean, it'll appease Mother Earth. Oh, amazing. Spin for the planet that wouldn't spin. Yeah, I don't know if that could be a thing. Like, I would need this to be mentioned, and I think it would be cool to have it be mentioned, but if the story mentioned that they're gonna make the planet rotate, that could be kind of cool. I feel like, again, it would still be better to just not mention it and have it be a normal planet that rotates, but that could be a cool aspect of the terraforming. That's, is the submarine that y'all are talking about, is that the one that, Mr. Beast was like, I was invited and I didn't go, and the one that had an Xbox controller as the controls, or is that a different one? That's the one. Okay, yes. Okay, I have heard this story. Yeah. I don't usually keep up with news stories, but I heard about that one and I was so like flabbergasted and intrigued and horrified that I looked it up, and like everything that I looked up, it just got worse. Like people were like, "Hey, dude," like years earlier, they're like, "Dude, this project, it's not safe. You need to stop." And he's like, are you questioning my genius? You know, like the whole way. It wasn't even just that one time. Like the entire journey of this sub's life. It was held together by an Xbox controller and duct tape and misplaced faith the entire way. Why don't we take the planet and push it somewhere else? Yeah, exactly. All right. But this was great. Nice day. Despite, you know, my critiques for it, as I said. Very unique, very fun idea, and I definitely did enjoy it. Oh, I see. That could be a dope alternate take, firing a massive series of rockets at the planet to make it start turning. Yeah. All right, let's go on to Reidrev. I don't believe I saw a note from you, but if you have any questions, then don't hesitate to ask, Reidrev. All right. Facing the Namekeeper, Morgan and Alea, by Reidrev. Fergal was an idiot. That's about all I remember from her. We didn't meet long after all. She screamed, "I am Fergal Naive! Prepare to die!" and just charged. I grabbed her spear with my left hand and with my right stabbed through the gap of her armor and through her heart. That was months ago. And there was nothing of her left in my memory. Until now. It should have been a normal battle. Us killing them, them killing us. I was doing pretty well. I was strong, after all. But that night arrived. A great sword in place of the usual spear and names. Hundreds of them carved in the steel of her golden armor. This meant trouble. That's where I found it. Engraved on the knight's brassard. Fergal Naive. From that point on, I couldn't think of anything but her. Even as I was tossed around by that beast of a knight, my mind just echoed, "I am Fergal Naive! Prepare to die!" I fought. I did my best. My very best. But when the knight's blade cut off my left arm, I knew it was over. It was one wound too much, and I fell to the ground in a pool of my own blood. I had a pretty good life, anyway. Now, to close my eyes and welcome the eternal break. I am Fergal Naive! Prepare to die! I stood up, my missing limb radiating with pain as I screamed with what was left in my lungs. I am Mockley Parl! The rest was too tiring to spit out. The warrior nodded. I am Alea Yulger. She needn't say more. She impaled me. My ribs felt the cold of her hilt. It was kind of nice, resting on the armor of my enemy, the dull grip of death soothing the pain, and my right hand caressing the name of the woman I killed. I just hope someone heard me scream, and perhaps saw me stand up. I hope it mattered. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Very fun, nightly story. I want to see... I was gonna try and get this prepped ahead of time, but let's see if I can... do it. I want a better picture than that. There we go. Well, that's tiny. It's better, but it's tiny. But I play this game on my iPad. It's one of those dragon collecting games. It's even more tiny now. Come on, let's get bigger. Oh, come on. I don't know if I can do it. But I play this here, you know what? I'm just going to copy the image and put it in the stream chat. But I play one of those dragon collecting games, and the image of all the names on her armor really reminded me of this new dragon. But that, there you go. It's in the stream chat. That's kind of the sort of thing, not exactly that, but that sort of image of just littered with symbols on the golden armor, I think is a really cool image. And yes, it is Dragonvale. It is exactly that. Yes, let's get started. I really like the beginning. I love just starting with Fergal was an idiot. What a way to open a story. I think that's great. It's like, she's an idiot. That's all I remember. That's a pretty great. So I'm curious I'm curious what made you go for the name Naive, and I don't even know if I'm reading it right, but it is the word naive, even if it's not how you need to pronounce it. I'm curious what made you go for that, because the first time I read it, when I read it here, you know, I initially read it as Fergal the Naive, as like a title, because often there are titles like that, that are like, you know, I am I am Godric the Brave, you know, kind of thing. And so, you know, it's better knowing it's her surname, but I'm still wondering what made you go for that, because it kind of, at least to me, immediately sets up this idea of like, I'm super naive, and I don't know if that was your intention or not. And then the next question I have about this sentence here, or the next kind of critique I have, is that, especially with that phrasing of, even though it's not my name is, that phrasing of, I am Fergal naive, prepare to die, all I can think of is, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. And I feel like I'm not alone in this, though of course you can correct me, but I feel like a lot of people probably went there with this, and if you wanted it to have to like be like that and kind of be funny, be a funny reference, then I think that totally worked. But the story overall is not funny, and especially because it keeps getting repeated, it makes me think you very much intended this to be serious. And so I feel like you did kind of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit with that phrasing. I think it would have been more powerful to just leave it at, I am Fergal naive, especially because it mirrors him saying, I am Mockley Parl at the end. You know, so she screamed, I am Fergal naive, and just charged. I think that would work a bit better for me, because it wouldn't have that little like Inigo Montoya like moment to it every time it comes up, if that makes sense. I'll probably come back to the armor thing. So this might be a little bit nitpicky, but the first time I read this story, I found myself confused. And then when I read it again to practice, I was way less confused. I was like, oh, actually, that made a lot of sense. And so I was trying to figure out, why did I get confused and what left me with that impression. And so I think there's just some of the phrasings here in this paragraph that are a little odd, that are, I think, what ended up doing that to me. So I think the first one is this, it should have been. So that was months ago. There's nothing left of her in my memory until now. So that is saying that was in the past. And then it says, it should have been a normal battle. And to me, that reads as, we're still talking about that battle in the past. Like, that was months ago. There's nothing left of her in my memory until now. That battle should have been a normal battle, you know, but it wasn't. And it's odd, because, like, I think that this isn't technically wrong. Like, the tense isn't wrong or anything like that. But like I said, but it had that interesting connotation of, it seems like we're still talking about that battle back then. And so I'm trying to think how you could rephrase it. I guess you could quite simply do, today's battle should have been a normal battle. Or like, let me think. Maybe this, you could say, this should have been a normal battle. Might help as well. I guess that's interesting. It could be because it is that pronoun, and pronouns usually refer back. And so it is kind of a special case. Like I said, it works. It works here. But I guess that maybe that's part of it, is that I thought, okay, the it is referring back to the last battle mentioned. Yeah, so something like today's battle, or this battle, or you could just say, well, you'd have to tweak it a bit, but you could do something like, that was months ago. There's nothing left in her memory. Nothing of her left in my memory until now. Now I was fighting a fierce battle. It should have been normal, but it wasn't. You know, that I think that could maybe work. I do really like this though. Like that's, I love the matter of factness of it. That is what battles are like. That is a normal battle. Us killing them killing us. I think that's fun. And then for this one here, so I think this was another culprit of my confusion. So this line of, but that night arrived, a great sword in place of the usual spear and names. The fact that there's no punctuation here makes it read as the usual spear and the usual names. And so I was imagining it as like, oh, okay, so people in this world generally write their names on their spears. They generally fight with spears, and they generally write names on them. But this one has hundreds of them, and they're not on her spear, they're on her armor. And as I kept rereading it, I realized I actually don't think that's what you were trying to say. I think you were trying to say, a great sword in place of her usual spear, one thought. New thought, and names, hundreds of them. And I feel like that could work if there was a comma or a period. That, you know, a great sword in place of the usual spear, and names, comma, hundreds of them. You know, well, I guess the comma here that matters, but comma, and names, hundreds of them. But I do think it would be better to have a period, especially because I said it is a new thought, and so good. A great sword in place of the usual spear, and names, hundreds of names carved into the steel of her golden armor. You could also do it as great, and I know this isn't the start of the sentence, but a great sword in place of the usual spear, and names, hundreds of them carved into the steel. I think that would work as well. This is one of those places where I think a fragment works. Yes, and names is a fragment, but it really conveys this idea of and names. Like, oh my goodness, she's covered in names. So at least for me, that would work. But of course, people in the chat can offer other examples or disagree or agree or whatever. Nonetheless, I love this image. Like I said, I mean, I really like that dragon in Dragonvale as well. That's such a cool image of not just a knight in golden armor, which is already a pretty cool image, but this armor that is covered in names. Like, that is so cool and so striking. I love it so much. I do think that, however, that I have talked to one other person, and I have seen the reviews of this story, and all three of us immediately thought, why would somebody write names on their armor? These must be the names of people she killed. But that obviously isn't the case, because Fergal's name is on there. And so I looked at the reviews, and so I know that it was intended to be... Baby! Wait, I just let you in. I know it's intended to be people that she remembered, people she's trying to remember. And I like that. I like that a lot. But I do think that needs to be clear, especially because, as I said, it was no one that I talked to's first thought. Even though, like, literally, in the story, it's clear that she did not kill Fergal. All of us, our first thoughts were, why would a knight write names on armor? It would be, like, trophies of people that she's killed. And so... I think somehow making it clear, like, even if he doesn't know for sure, but him thinking, like, these must be people that she wants to remember, I think would be very helpful. That was not that important. Oh yeah, so the next thing. So this one is kind of my biggest critique for the story, I guess I'd say. So basically... she's an idiot, and that's all that he remembers, and he kills her in 2 seconds. She's not someone worth remembering. She's just an idiot who died really easily. And so it seems odd to me that he goes from she meant nothing to me. Even when I killed her, she meant nothing to me. But in that time after killing her, I've never thought about her. I can't think of anything but her. And I think that there are ways that you could do this that would make it work a little bit better for me. And so, one option...
Baby, what is it? You're a weirdo. Yes.
When I said, you're a weirdo, she was in the middle of the door, and she turned around, looked at me, and meowed, and she was like, I'm not gonna let you close the door if you're gonna call me that. So I think that if you went along with my idea of maybe he sees the name and he's like, oh my gosh, like she had somebody who loved her and somebody who was trying to remember her. And so that could make him go like, oh my gosh, I'm totally thinking about this differently. Like all I thought of her before is as an idiot. But now I'm realizing that she's a person, you know, who had people who loved her and I killed her. And so that's why he's remembering. I think that could work really well. It could be a spell from Alea's armor, and I might come back to that. But it could be a spell from Alea that when you are in the presence of the Namekeeper, you are entranced by the names on the armor, or you will inevitably say your name in front of her or something like that. That's cool as heck too. But if that is the case, again, I think that there could be ways to make that clearer. You know, it could be something, you know, just using words. Did I write something down? I might have written something down. I did not, however, start the timer again. Whoopsie doodles. Nope, sure didn't. But, you know, something about, like, I guess at the end you could just say, like, something inside me made me feel compelled to say my name, and I didn't understand it. And there's a little bit of that, but, you know, being a little more obvious about the spell-like language could help. And then something else here that, because it seems more like, to me, like, he is racked with guilt over something that he has no reason to feel guilty about. Like, he didn't care about her before she died in 3 seconds, and he doesn't seem to be noting that she was remembered or anything like that, and so it's just like, oh, I saw her name, and suddenly she's everything to me. She's all I can think of, and I'm like, why, though? You know, I want more of that why. And so, especially because the language is very strong, because I think it would also work in the sense of, if instead of using the language of I couldn't think of anything but her, and you keep repeating, you know, the line, it could be just a sense of did I write it down somewhere? I think I did, but oh yeah, it is here. That basically it distracts him for a second. That he is like, all right, fighting this night, I'm doing well, and then he sees the name and he's like, oh, like, what does this mean? She has her name. I killed that person. And that distracts him enough, you know, to get that hit. I think that could work, because that would be a smaller way of doing it, that instead of it being like, she consumed all my thoughts, it would be like, huh, like, she has her name. And then a little bit of surprise, and then that would be enough for that kind of thing. And like I said, you could also do this you could do both of what I said, actually. You could do, like, he's like, what? You know, she has her name. What does that mean? Distraction, you know, cut off the arm. And then and then as he's bleeding out, he's like, she was remembered. Somebody wanted to remember her. Like, you could do that kind of thing as well. I really like the Beast of a Night, and I like the I did my best, my very best. And that's a good thing to be thinking as you're dying, instead of being like, I could have done better, I could have survived. It's like, you know what? I did my best, and here, I guess it's the end, kind of thing. Oh yeah, so I do have a question throughout the story, which is their armor useless? Because here, at the beginning it says, I stabbed her through the gap of her armor and through her heart. Now, at least that one does say the gap in her armor, so that one works better. But it's still, like, I'm thinking, like, in the shoulder or something, and it's like, could you really get an angle at the heart for that? Because armor is supposed to protect your vitals, and so someone being able to, like, go through the gap and get at your heart is a little bit like, seems like the armor's not working. But then when it says cut off my left arm, the armor really should protect you from that. Like, this should be totally armored up. And so how is somebody able to cut right through that? And it could be like magic or something that could be great too, but again, would need to be mentioned. And then it basically ramps up as the story continues. Like, this one I'm like, okay, it does say the gap. I'm a little unsure, but yeah, it says the gap, so I can believe that. And then this one, I'm like, okay, it seems a little less believable that the armor could get through that. And then this one is the most unbelievable, because this part would absolutely be armored. And so how can somebody just impale you straight through that? And then kind of in addition to that, this whole time I'm thinking that he's armored because we're talking about knights and she has her armor. And so I'm thinking, okay, like, he probably has armor too. Just not covered in names, And so when it says the cold of her hilt, well, the only way that somebody could feel the cold of the hilt is if they're topless. Because even if, like, it goes through the armor, there's still going to be clothes there that would stop you from feeling the cold of that part of the blade. And so to feel that, you'd have to not be wearing a shirt. So maybe that is the case the whole time. But yeah, so, like, that's definitely, especially, rereading it and looking into it, that I questioned more and more of, like, why are they wearing armor if they can stab each other through the heart, cut each other's limbs off, impale each other, and somehow feel the cold of the hilt, And like I said, if it's, like, magical, or if she's, like, really strong and powerful enough to break armor or break through armor, I feel like that needs to be mentioned. Maybe that's just me. But I feel like that would be very helpful to make it a bit clearer. And you could even just say something quite simply, like, she impaled me through my armor. And maybe I'd still have this question, but at least I know, they are thinking about it. They are thinking about the armor's presence. Kind of thing. I'm also wondering about the phrasing of, it was one wound too much. Because in this case, it's not like, oh, I got a bunch of wounds and this final one, like, it wasn't a very big one, but it was the last straw. It's not really that situation. It's just one big wound. It's not one wound too much, it's one wound. That's the only wound that matters, I like this next part, falling to the ground. I had a pretty good life, I like that, again, it makes him kind of endearing that it's like, you know what, I had a good life, I'm ready to go, instead of fighting the end. I think that's pretty cool. I like this image as well of, that he feels compelled to say his name for the Namekeeper, and he can't finish it. I think that's very cool. And I like the, respect from Alea, seemingly, of, like, yes, I will keep your name. I understand your name. I mean, I don't know for sure if she's gonna do that, but She nods and she says her own name back, and I feel like there's like this ritual of respect there that is really cool. I also like her name. I don't know if I'm saying right, but that's really fun to say, Yulger. I also really like this as well. This is the one that really works for me. That I think you could have leaned into the cold there, because I could believe that not everybody's gonna wear a helmet, or the helmet might have come off and stuff like that. And so I could believe that he could feel the cold armor against his cheek, you know, that sort of thing. I think. Oh, kitty. I think that would that would really work for your cold image, and I do generally just really like that image of like there's almost going along with like the respect that Alea seems to pay, like there's almost this comforting or loving thing in there that's kind of a cool relationship between enemies, that instead of just yanking it out and falling back, that he falls forward onto her, like, you know, I don't know, a child might cry on a parent's chest or something like that, and I think that's kind of cool. And then, yeah, it's interesting. I like the idea of, you know, I hope it mattered. I hope my name mattered. Kind of interesting. I'm also wondering with the Namekeeper thing, maybe I should have asked this first. So, is the Namekeeper a specific thing? Like, either it's a specific title, maybe a specific position, magical position, something like that.
Hi, boo.
Or is that just the word you chose for, you know, the title? If it's the former, I think that's really cool, and I'd love to see that used more throughout the story. Granted, I don't know if it would fall into the pitfall of too much context, but especially if there is like some spell involved and why he said his name in front of her, so she can keep it. I would love to hear more about it, what it means to be the Namekeeper and stuff like that. If that's not a specific thing, I would at least separate it into two words to make it clear this isn't a specific thing, it's just a Namekeeper. Or I would take it out of the title, because this just makes my brain whir with intrigue and questions and stuff like that. But even if it's not a real thing, I do, like I said, I do love the image of somebody keeping all of these names of people they want to remember on their armor. Like, it really feels like this idea of these are the people I'm fighting for kind of thing, and in a way like changes the dynamic of the battle, that it's not just, all right, like you're coming in the name of your king and your cause, and I'm coming in the name of my king and my cause. It's like, no, you are coming to me in the name of all the people who were killed before you, all the people that you want to remember. You carry them with you wherever you go and whatever battle you enter. And that's cool as heck, and I like that a lot. And I think this story is very paints this really cool and striking image of Alea, because I know she's one of the main characters, that both in terms of what I was just saying, but also, like I said, in the respect and stuff like that, that she doesn't seem to be doing this out of malice. She doesn't seem to be villainous. She seems very noble, which is really cool, and I like that a lot. All the hearts and tentacles. That's exactly the idea of just a ton of names for the Namekeeper. Oh, the dragon picture. Oh, that's great. Reidrev says, that was my intention. I didn't know naive was a word in English, though. But yeah, I wanted to set up the idea of a Lunapalian warrior being kind of zealots obsessed with honor, while Freydonian are a lot more practical. Interesting. Wait, so which one is which? Are the Lunapalian ones what Alea is, that she cares about honor and keeping the names, and the Freydonian ones are more like him, just like battle practical. And that's true, I forgot Inigo Montoya. Fair enough. Hello, Decoy. Just says, that's why I couldn't figure out why the sentence "great sword" in place of the usual spear in names bothers me so much. I still have a lot to learn about punctuation. That's fair enough. Decoy says, that's so metal. I assume about the armor of names. It is. Hello, Bitzer. Revisit because other nonsense is in progress. We are glad to have you for however long we can keep you. Thank you for the subscription, or the gift sub, actually. So that added something to potentially unlocking the next story. It's a very good sword. Oh, that gets through the armor. Fair. Rejo says, for the armor part, it's just that Alea is freakishly strong. But yeah, I went a bit too far with it. Gotcha. Well, it could work. Like, you could have Mockley Parl, be, him, like, notice, like, it gets through his armor, and he, like, looks at it, and he's like, holy crap, she's strong. You know, not that exactly, but you could have him, in his internal monologue, be like, I can't believe she just cut through my armor, you know, whoa, that could be really cool. Yeah, I didn't think about the armor presence at all, and the one wound too much is me being too scared that people might think that a cut off arm is but a flesh wound. I mean, that's the interesting thing, is that I feel like it ended up being the opposite, because unfortunately 2 people I talked to both did have that reaction, that both of them were like, oh yeah, it's like just but a flesh wound. And I don't know if that's because of this phrasing, so it could have been that, but or I don't know if it was because he was able to stand afterwards, but I feel like you could stand even after that horribleness. But anyway, so I feel like just saying, you know, when the Knight's Blade cut off my arm, I knew it was over, and like that's all. Oh, there's gonna be an ad.
I have a kitty, but I don't know if I can show her to you. She's very cute. Very fluffy.
Fergus means strong one in Gaelic. It's very Scottish. Well, unfortunately, she was not a strong one in this case. Thank you for the subscription, Mako. Subiversary. Nice.
Just a puddle of fluff on my counter. My desk. So cute. 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome back. Reidrev says, the Namekeeper is a specific title indeed. It's more a religious position than a real one. It's that idea of carrying your dead comrade to keep up the good fight. Oh, okay, interesting. So if you had, you know, talked about these are names of people to be remembered, you actually would have been addressing why she's called the Namekeeper. I don't know if I would have understood that even if you had clarified it, but I do like that idea. I do think that's cool. But yes, this was a great story, Reidrev. Thank you so much for submitting. So I heard somebody talking about monthly powers, so let me look at... So there is one more stream in June. I do really like Reinkarnitor's story, and I don't think I have as much to talk about with it as others, so I could read it if you guys really want me to, but I am kind of tired and do kind of want to go to dinner, so I'm kind of leaning towards that. So I guess, you know, what would you guys vote for? Do you want to read the next story, or do you want to save the monthly powers for next week, where hopefully I'll have more energy? That's not true, Reinkarnitor. These ads are so meaningless. They always say watch to help the streamer, but the streamer actually gets nothing.
as far as I can tell, that's not true at all. I get at least twice as much from these streams as I did with Tail Foundry because I get ad revenue. So it actually is very helpful to me. Wolf says, whatever you want. Don't want to strain yourself. Aw, Reinkarnitor says, I'd feel extremely disappointed after staying up till literally 3 a.m. Oh, man. Well, I do want to get some more votes, but that's a pretty strong argument for doing it.
I want to show you to the people. You're so precious.
Woo, ads, get paid! Amazing. This says, I'd vote to read Reinkarnitor if you can. Alright. That's another vote. But I might talk less about it than I did some of the others just because, you know, I am tired. But alright. Change by Reinkarnitor. Crickets chirped in the cool night air, offering a welcome change from the blistering hot summer days which plagued the land at the moment. Fiona and John were walking down a long country road, filled with flickering lights. For the weekend, the couple decided to get out of London, because John read about an old festival, which happened in a rural village not far away. This is really beautiful, John said, as he looked at the torchlight procession. Well, it took us long enough to get here, Fiona answered him with a grin. That's because we could only travel at night. Are you blaming me? She asked playfully. John chuckled and slightly shoved her, but she responded with a shove of her own, which sent the young man flying into the next bush. Oops, sorry, are you okay? And John laughed heartfully as he calmed down. I'm fine, don't worry, Fangs. Fiona smiled as she helped him up. They stood next to each other for a while and watched the people walking by with their torches. You know, seeing a torch usually meant someone was chasing me back in the day, the vampire remembered. Does it make you uncomfortable? It's been centuries, sweetie. This is something completely different, she explained with a grin, her fangs glittering in the light of the flames. Okay, for a second I thought I might have made a mistake taking us here. Fiona smiled at her partner and gently nudged him, careful to not send him flying this time. Don't worry. It's actually nice to see how something can change so drastically. You know, from torches being used to chase monsters to now peacefully lighting a bonfire. Maybe you've changed as well, Fiona, John suggested. Change is not always bad. True, I should know, with all the modern stuff making my life easier. John grinned at that. He knew that she would roll her eyes, but he could not resist. Life? He asked her teasingly. Oh, come on, she chuckled, and sent him into the bushes again. Throw up for those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you liked it. Reidrev, whatever happens, I won't see it. I stayed up till 3 a.m. and that's how far I'll go. Well, I appreciate you guys staying up to 3 a.m. to watch me, to watch my streams. That's dedication. That's support. This was a lovely, very cute story, Reinkarnitor. Always love your adorable Fiona and I just saw Wolf said, and we get a double yeet. That's awesome. But yeah, always love your stories about Fiona and John. They're always so sweet. I guess the first thing I will say is a overall praise for the story, which is, I don't know how intentional this was, but I love the fact that even though the story is very simple, it uses the prompt in many different ways. Like, we have the literal torch, we have the literal bonfire around us, but we also have the two of them carrying a torch for each other, that they love each other, they want to care for and protect each other, so they're carrying the torch of that love and care and protection. And then change through history, that can be a torch being carried, and in this case it's almost like that fire changing throughout history, that the literal torch was carried throughout history, but here it is this bad thing, and here it is this good thing. And then there's also her own memories and her own change, that she carries memories of the past as a torch, and she she changes herself, and that is a torch of its own, kind of thing. That I very much like a lot. So following that, one of my overall critiques for the story is, especially because this was a little bit under the 350 word limit, I would love to see more about the festival. That is introduced that we're here for the festival, but I don't feel like I get a very clear image, because more than anything, I get the image that they're still on their way towards it. That, they are walking down a long country road filled with flickering lights. So it doesn't really give me the impression that they've arrived. It just seems like there's, people carrying torches around them, which is a cool image. But I'd like to see more of that. What is the festival? What's it about? And then, you say below that the torches are being used to light a bonfire, but we don't get to see that bonfire. That bonfire isn't described. And so if that's what's in front of them, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see them arrive at the bonfire and see like the festival begin, for real, that kind of thing. I think would be very cool. All that being said, I do really like the first paragraph in the description of, they got out of London for a bit and went to go see this festival. Very, very cute. I like their banter as usual. I am also curious, this doesn't really matter that much to the story, but I'm curious how she was protected during the day, because presumably, even though they traveled at night, she's still out and about during the day. And so I'm wondering if they put her coffin in the back of the car or something and had her sleep during the day, or if they were able to keep finding caves to jump into or something like that. But if it is a situation of the coffin in the back, I'm curious why they didn't trade driving shifts, so that John drives during the day when she's in the coffin, and then during the night she drives and maybe he goes to sleep in the coffin, kind of thing. And then, as Wolf notes, the double yeet is very cute. But at the same time, I do have a question of, can she not control her strength? And this isn't something that I initially thought of. This is actually something somebody else brought up to me, but I do think it's a good point that, she has been a vampire for hundreds of years. And so presumably, if you're a new vampire, yeah, you're not going to know how strong you are and stuff like that. But if you've been one for hundreds of years, you're gonna know how much strength it takes to send someone flying versus how much strength it takes to just tap them a little bit. And so maybe that's the point. Maybe it was intentional, even though she's like, sorry, it's tee, I meant to do that, kind of thing. But definitely a question I had. But it is super cute, and I like, just the image of him laughing in the bushes and being like, don't worry, and stuff like that. And then I do really like this, reminiscing about the vampire hunts with the torches and pitchforks and stuff like that. I do feel like this is the other part there where I personally have my heaviest critique, which is not that heavy, but the thing that threw me the most, I guess, about this story, that threw me into the bushes with the story, is that it seemed odd to me that she's like, seeing a torch usually meant someone was chasing me back in the day. And I'm definitely getting this image of this, painful memory. And that doesn't necessarily mean that she's suddenly depressed or having PTSD or something like that. But, it's not a fun memory. And it's totally warranted for her to feel uncomfortable. And so his reaction seems totally warranted as well. And so then when her response is this very flippant, oh, it's been centuries, this is something completely different, it seems, like I said, a little bit too flippant to me. I feel like it would make more sense to me personally to say something like, so it would meant to, I was being chased back in the day. Does it make you uncomfortable? Well, it does bring back bad memories, but this is something completely different. That kind of thing where it's like, the memories aren't pleasant. Those are uncomfortable. But right now, I'm okay. I think that would make more sense than to be like, psh, it's been centuries. What are you talking about? Why do you think I have a problem? It's like, well, you were the one who just, brought it up, kind of thing. I also think, in addition to that, there's an element of, it seems a little odd that she says it's been centuries, plural. Dracula, let's make sure I get the number right. Yes, Dracula was published in 1897, which is just a little bit over a century. And so, considering that, I think I think you could say it had maybe been 1 century at the most. But even then, I think there are probably people in the 1900s and maybe even now who would still do this. And so I think that, saying it's been a century or, oh, it's been a long time since anyone did that. I think would be, yeah, I think would make more sense to me personally. Always love your Fang imagery though. And I do love that he's always so caring and being like, oh, I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I don't want to put you in a situation that's going to make you feel like that. Despite having a question about it, I do think it's very cute to her, like, being careful the second time. And then, like I said, I do like this image of change of, like, yeah, once upon a time, these were these symbol of darkness and hunting and fear and danger. But now it's like this festival and this beautiful thing. And like I said, it's both carrying the literal fire and carrying this fire throughout centuries and that fire changing throughout the centuries. And I think that is really cool. I am a little unsure why she uses the word monsters here. It kind of makes sense because she might be talking from the perspective of the people, who chased her, that they thought she was a monster, and so they used her just to chase monsters. But I think she wouldn't think of herself as a monster. And so it kind of makes more sense to me to say, from torches being used to chase us. I think it would sound a little bit more in character, I guess, but not that big a deal. Like I said, I do like the idea of maybe you've changed as well, that it's not just the world that's changed. You've been alive for centuries and you have changed, and hopefully for the better, that kind of thing. This is a bit nitpicky, but change is not always bad. It feels like the moral of the story kind of thing, and seems especially odd coming from Jon, because I think it could work a bit better to come from Fiona, because she's the one who's lived for centuries, and so she would more likely be the one to be like, change isn't always bad. I know that, because I've seen that over the centuries. But the human who's only been alive, like, much less than a century, to be like, change isn't always bad, and she'd be like, yeah, I know, you don't need to tell me. And maybe that's the point, because she does say I should know, but it's a little bit odd. Oh yeah, this one's interesting, because and people who do not know Fiona and Jon very well could answer this better. But as far as I can tell, this imagery is not very modern throughout the story. It seems like this could totally be in medieval times, or in the 1700s or whatever. And so when someone says, modern, then I think it usually makes us think of today. And so I know that the story takes place today. But I feel like a newcomer to this universe might be going, wait, modern? What do you mean? However, all that being said, there is a fun quirk of that word, which is that modern doesn't mean 21st century. modern means modern relative to where you are. So it could be that maybe they are in the 1700s, and modern stuff is, you know, I don't even know what would be modern in the 1700s. I don't know history that much, you know. Modern would be the balloon pants of the day. Which is kind of fun. Yeah, so I think of, you know, the jokes and, you know, playfulness of the story, I think it's this last joke, the life joke, that lands the least well for me personally. And there's a few reasons. And one is, I feel like even though, yeah, she's undead, you can easily call what they're doing together a life. And I feel like especially him living with her, he would call it that too. I don't think that they would always be like, you know, my undeath, you know, your undeath kind of thing. And so I feel like that would work better for somebody who doesn't know her. They'd be like, life? You don't have a life. You're a vampire kind of thing. I think the other thing that makes the joke not quite land is that this ends up being a gap. And I kept wondering what this meant. That I was like, he knew that she would roll her eyes, but he could not resist. I was like, what is this referring to? And I realized it might be referring to this joke. That he might be saying, like, I know she's going to roll her eyes, but I'm saying the joke. And if that's the case, I think it should be like this, you know. He knew that she would roll her eyes, but he could not resist. And you could even do something like, you know, that or that, you know, to convey this is what, you know, he can't resist, this next word. But as it was, it seems like there's a gap before the joke, that she says the word life, and then there's this paragraph, and then I'm thinking, okay, new topic. And then we say life, and I think that also is what makes it not land as well. But like I said, I think if you put this life in the previous paragraph, I think that would fix that issue and would make a lot more sense. But let's see what folks have been saying. Blackout curtains. I mean, in the car, my question is, they're on the move. Like them saying that you know, oh, like it took us long enough to get here implies to me multiple days, especially because it's like we could only travel at night. We did this multiple times. And so it would have to be blackout curtains in the back of the truck, the coffin at the back of the truck, a cave, you have to stay at inns, you know. It would have to be something to keep her protected. Fun fact, Fiona can't drive. Interesting. I'm curious why. Is that one of her ways of being stuck in her own old ways? The first time she forgot in the heat of the moment. The second time she did it intentionally. She's a bit of a klutz. I hope I did not overdo it. Okay, fair enough that she does know her own strength. She just kind of, you know, forgot for a moment. Gotcha. To be fair, he's not dead. What do you mean by that? One thing I hope I did well was him calling her nickname, but when getting more serious, he calls her by her name. Ooh, interesting. I definitely noticed the nickname, but where is... well, he says sweetie here, which is really cute. You maybe you've changed as well, Fiona. Oh, that's sweet. I like that. That's a neat little detail. I didn't notice that, but I like that. It's been centuries, sweetie. She did not say playfully, but calming him down in a calm voice. Interesting. I do think in that case a dialogue tag here would be very helpful, because the next dialogue tag we get is she explained with a grin, and so I thought it applied to all of this, that she, the whole time she's explaining with a grin, she's like, it's been centuries, sweetie, no problem. And so I think saying here, like, you know, she, you know, it's been centuries, sweetie, you know, she tried to calm him, or like she tried to comfort him. Something like that would be helpful to say, oh, this is serious. She's actually trying to calm him down with that. Yes, I don't. Oh yeah, you guys can't see it. I just realized that. But Bella walked right up to the mic. That's why that meow was so loud. Is she walked right up to the mic and meowed in it. Yes. Oh yeah, you asked that exactly. Fiona lived very long. In my mind, she was thinking all the centuries back during which it happened. Well, I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding you, but that's kind of my point. Is that like I think we often think of this kind of thing happening in like the 1500s, in which case, yeah, like it wouldn't be centuries. But I'm trying to say, actually, I feel like this would probably happen a century ago. And so it doesn't really make sense to say, oh, it's been centuries since that happened, when it probably happened within the last few centuries. She's at least 300 years old. How old exactly? She does not want to say. Probably older. She often even jokes it's impolite to ask a girl her age. Interesting. But the monsters part, vampires are not the only thing in this world. Interesting. So she's saying, like, chasing monsters, and, like, there are other monsters besides me. Interesting. I imagine Fiona lived in Roman Britain. Nice. These new whale oil lamps are great. Exactly. That might be modern in the 1700s. Like, wow, nice new whale oil lamps. The cotton gin. Yeah. Oh, these cotton clothes are awesome. So modern. She lived before the discovery of America. Interesting. So that is before the 1400s then. Tease between both of them. I mean, I know that's I know it's a tease. I guess it's just I guess I just question, is this something they would tease each other about, especially because it could be like a sore spot for Fiona or belittle her in a way, I guess. Arith says, I think vampire panics were still happening clear up to the 1700s, 18th century. So for reference, people were scared about vampires spreading the same time the colonies were rebelling against England and becoming the US. That's interesting. That's kind of fun. Now that makes me want to write like an American Revolution story, but with vampires. Forgot there were vampire panics in the US. Yeah, I've never even thought about that. If anybody has like an article linking to the US vampire panics, put it in the stream chat. I'd love to read about that. Have the vampire in the trunk during the day. That could work. Yep. Interesting. Huh. The last one was 1892. Very similar to my Dracula number. Hey, and there's the link. Nice. I just see it says believe in vampires. It feels like the opposite energy of believe in fairies. Yeah, I've heard that too, that vampires are a local confusion about the process of decomposing dead bodies. John would never belittle her, but I know what you mean. Fair. And there's another one as well. Alright. Well, thank you so much for submitting your lovely story, Reinkarnitor. It is now time to announce the prompt for next week. Get out those drum-rolling mothies. Not there. Over here. Alright. In third place, with 15 votes, we have In Storm's Shadow. Honestly, I'm surprised that one didn't get more votes. I like that one, personally. Not a prompt, though. I was about to say in 20 votes. In second place, with 20 votes, we have It's Just Blood. That one has been in the background for a while, but hasn't made it to the final vote, and once it did, it was well beloved. So whoever submitted that, keep submitting it. But our prompt, with 21 votes, is Some Call It a Curse. Here. Is that enough? Yeah, it's as big as it can go. And it is pretty much the same in the secret supporter chat. It is 9 votes for It's Just Blood and 10 for Some Call It a Curse. So this was a wild experience because, like, I created the secret supporter chat for a few reasons, but one being but one being, you know, like, it could be helpful to, you know, break ties. And then, like, in the prompt announcements, it was like, 20 and 20. And then, over here, it was like, 10 and 10. And I was like, guys, you're here to break these things, not make it worse. So, yeah, the votes ended up being pretty much exactly the same. I'm not quite ready to throw in the towel of using the secret supporter poll just yet. If, you know, this keeps happening, it keeps being the same, it's not really worth it to keep it. But I think what I might do next week to try and hopefully get some more variety is I might make it so that you can only vote for one. That instead of it allowing multiple choice, so you can just vote for the same thing you did in the prompt announcements, I might make it so you can only vote for one of them. So you have to make a choice and have that one get higher. Kind of thing. Get out those rolling mopies. What's a mopey in this case? But yes, I'm really curious. I think it was Wolf who submitted this. What inspired this prompt? What was the original use of it? Because something that's interesting with this prompt is that it, I feel like you can take this phrase in a lot of different ways. Because, hi. She was pretty close to the mic on that one. Not as close as last time, though.
Oh, yeah, baby.
What if the second tiebreaker poll can only be voted on by people who wrote that week? That could be cool. I like that, but it would be very hard to implement. It would be much more difficult to be like, not you, only you. The secret supporter chat works because only supporters can see it, so only they can vote on it. But if I did it like that, it would be like every week I'd have to gather up everyone who wrote and give them a specific role. But anyways, going back to the prompt. So like one use of it is like, some call it a curse, but I call it a blessing. Another use of it is some call it a curse. I call it a Tuesday. You know, it could be some call it this bad thing, but I call it this good thing. It could be some call it, you know, this horrible thing that's, you know, unique and remarkable, and I call it just a regular thing, kind of thing. So I'm really curious where it came from and what the original use of it was. Because I feel like it's that some call it part that is really where a lot of your wiggle room lies. Like, what does that mean? Some call it. Is this, it's what it's called, but not necessarily what it is. And this could be a situation of like, it could even be like, oh yeah, like throughout history, like future generations were like, oh, this horrible thing, this curse. But actually, way back when it existed, it was supposed to be this neutral to good thing and not a curse, you know, kind of thing. But it all lies in, what do you mean call it? You know, what is it then? And is that, what is it, an objective thing or a subjective thing? Because it could be like, objectively, this was not meant to be a curse. This was meant to be a blessing, or this was meant to be neutral. Or it could be the situation of like, maybe objectively it is meant to be a curse, but I don't call it that. I actually find good in it, you know, kind of thing. Indeed, cursed blessings again, for sure. Yeah. No, because as I told a coworker, the prompt for this week was some call it a curse, and he said, I called it Steve. And I was like, I don't know if I can do that expression. But yeah, like you could do it that too, that maybe the curse is like sentient, you know, it could be like a Venom situation. It's like, yeah, some call it a curse. I call it Steve. that could totally work. Yeah, what a terrible night to have a curse. Cues Monster Dance song from Castlevania 2. I don't remember the Monster Dance song, or I haven't heard it.
Oh, cat. Oh, baby. What are you doing? Oh. Okay, there you
go. Some call it a curse. Me too. Yeah, that could actually work, that it's like, some call it a curse. I'm part of some. I also call it a curse. That's true. I don't know if, like, could you use this to be some call it a curse and it's only one? Like, it's only you call it a curse, or do you think that wouldn't fit this prompt? Wolf said, someone said it's a blessing and a curse one day randomly talking in the Foundry general chat. Larry said that a blessed curse would be a good prompt. Then Nocte Vasania, who's not here, rephrased it as, some may call it a curse. And then I made it more punchy. Some call it a curse. Interesting. So it was basically born from a similar idea of horrid blessings and wondrous curses. That, you know, it's a blessing and a curse. A blessed curse, but some call it a curse. So this is interesting because blessing is not the only direction you can go with this prompt. Like I said, it could be some call it a curse, and I'm part of some. You know, I also think it's a curse. And like I said, it's all about perception. This prompt is, and I guess horrid blessings and wondrous curses was too, but this one's very explicitly about what something is labeled, and how what something is labeled isn't necessarily what it is. Some call it a curse. I call it a son of a bitch. Actually, yeah, you could do it like that. You could be, some call it a curse. I think it's way worse than a curse. I think it's, I would use much stronger language than a curse. You totally could do that. Now that's making me think of our conversation about, Marx's villain. That it's like, some may say he sucks, you know. I say, let's, you know, kick him in between the legs over and over again, kind of thing. Some say he's bad, I say he's worse, that kind of thing. Do I have an idea for a challenge for this prompt? I will probably pick one of the ones that I talked about today. Let's go back to the ones I wrote down, so you guys can vote if you want. So the first one is, like I said, I haven't done that challenge of writing an AU, that writing in a genre you're not familiar with, but use your characters in it, so that's a potential option. Another one is immersive setting, so try to write immersive stories that include the setting, but also include other things as well. Another potential challenge is write about a mundane moment. So instead of this big, you know, amazing moment, write about something mundane. The next one I wrote down was write cozy fantasy. I don't know. I feel like I don't know if the mundane one works so well with this prompt, because I think it lends itself a little bit better to non-mundane things, but maybe that would be part of the challenge. But I also, I don't want to limit myself to only those options. Those are the things I'm immediately thinking of, but I might come up with something that's a little more tied to this prompt, that I'll like on the day I write the prompt intro. So don't be alarmed if it's not one of those. But if you like one of those, then feel free to tell me. You know, feel free to let me know. Nice. Massa says, I think I'm bringing Ibrahim out, because some people would say immortality would be a curse. Ibrahim would definitely call it something else. Although Miguel would probably say being stuck with Ibrahim is the curse. Oh, that's great. I love the idea of, like, Miguel being... of Miguel and others being like, yeah, being stuck with him, what a curse. And then Ibrahim being like, some call it a curse. You know, I say quality time with your puppy. You know, kind of thing. But yeah, immortality would be a very fitting for this prompt, because definitely characters have varying opinions on whether immortality is a curse or not. Yes, nice. But anywho, so great prompt. Excited to see what you guys do with it. But if you're not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They do them in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. You can submit your story to the backup queue right now if you want. Just make sure that you follow the format specified. But yes, a lot more back and forth discussion on voice. You can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just lurk, but it's great time, no matter what. Join us, or else you might be cursed. Maybe. Nice. That's great. Also, I just thought of this idea because earlier we were using the Moth in the Arcade link. I want to start linking the YouTube channels at the end of the streams. Would you be willing to do that? And like, just plop the links to the YouTube channels, and then I'll probably come up with like a better speech next time. But A Moth in the Archive on YouTube is where you can find VODs of these streams, of the classical literature streams, of basically anything related to reading or writing that I do. And then A Moth in the Arcade is the YouTube channel where you can find my VODs of gaming stuff, and very soon it should also have actual recorded stuff on there as well. But it's all, you know, playing video games and stuff. Thank you, Wolfie. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, what are people more excited for? Because I might try to prioritize that. Are you more excited for Dark Souls stuff, or are you more excited for Vampire and Carmilla stuff? I also have chapters of Dracula that I need to read as well. If they're short, I might wait until some more come out, but I haven't checked. There are your linky doos. Vampires. Dark Souls. We have one vote for each. Tetsun says, I'd like another story surgery. I'd like a different thing. Gooish says, give the vampires. Incredible.
Kitty Boo. What do you think, Kitty Boo? What do you vote for?
She's staring at the corner. She's staring at nothing. But anyways, I didn't end up getting a tiebreaker. But does somebody have somebody they'd like me to raid? I will do so. But yes, thank you guys so much for submitting, for staying up till 3 a.m. With me. You know, it has been a great time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Really look forward to seeing what you guys are doing this week, what you guys do with your stories this week.
Kitty bitty.
I turned the chair so she could see me, and she immediately meowed. Alrighty, I don't know what the Jake community is, but I can, if you vouch for this person, I can raid them. Oops. Do that as well. I mean, if you guys have a vote, you may vote. But yes, is that correct? Go back. No. I think that's correct. All right. Yes, I will see you guys next time, and I will see what you all call it, if not a curse. Goodbye, everybody.